Always forget the headphones, which has a mic attached to it, so you guys can't hear me if you're not wearing this. Well done, me. Right, let's do some live benchmarking, shall we? Got some goodies for you today. Basically, I'm going to retest this. Thank you for the follow, Noel, and Gem. I'm really good at reading out names, by the way. I think I nailed that one. How are you doing? Hope you're having a good day. So yeah, today we're going to revisit this. I haven't run this. When did I last run this? I ran this maybe 9 months ago. By the looks of those timestamps, 2003-05. So I want to rerun it again because I think I probably should have sorted by average, not by 0.1 percentile FPS. When I kind of made my decision to kind of go with this one. So we're going to rerun them again today, and we're going to see how it goes. Actually, I'm going to type in my chat quick, just tell everybody I'm live now. Copy link. There we go. Okay. Right, 4 people watching already. Jolly good, jolly good. So this is actually not too difficult to test. All we're going to have to do is load up a Fortnite replay, play the same replay over and over, and we can manually change these in the registry live. So we don't have to reboot between each one. It should pick them up immediately. So essentially what we're doing is a more advanced form of this, where you go in here and you choose between programs and background services for processor scheduling. So this one here, this 18 hex 24 decimal, that's the background one. So if you select that, you get a 24, and if you select programs, you get 38. So typically I go for the 40 decimal one. That's the one I kind of always run on. But one of the guys on Enzo on my Discord suggested we try it again. So these are the kind of, I don't know if I can zoom in a bit on that. Can you zoom in a bit on that? That's my head going to be too much in the way. There we go. So that's the kind of explanation on each one of these settings. So in theory, the 2A one probably should give the best results. What did I say I was going with? I said I was going with 40, which is 28 hex. So I normally go with this one, short fix, no foreground boost. I just found it a bit more rounded. So let's try these. Let's try them all. We're gonna run the Fortnite FPS benchmark, and we can compare them all. And then I'll probably jump into my other Windows environment, my test environment, where I've got NVIDIA Reflex Latency Analyzer set up, and we can swing a pickaxe lots of times, and we can actually test end-to-end latency from me clicking the mouse to seeing it on screen. So we can compare whether there's any latency differences. I think you should also take into account the differences in responsiveness of the mouse and fluidity of the game in general, not even based on charts. Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, try these. These are almost a starting point. So, and plus these are for work with me on my computer. All computers are different. I mean, what might work for me really well might be terrible for somebody else on something like AMD and more of a potato system, or even more of a God system. So this is kind of just like a how to test yourself. Because all the tools for FPS I use are free. So I use CapFrameX to test all the FPS. However, the latency stuff is very expensive, built into my very expensive monitor. So not many people actually test end-to-end latency. Hi Opt, I looked at Amit's guide. Good, that's really good, Amit's guide. That's where most of my stuff is, well, some of my stuff is, I always check Amit, he knows what he's talking about. So the best win process separation is 24. But as I say, it depends on your PC. So yeah, so 24. Well, I'm assuming you mean 24 hex. Yeah, this one, short variable, no foreground boost. As I say, I'm using this one, 28 hex, short fix, no foreground boost. So we'll try it. Let's have a look. I don't think anyone is actually testing end-to-end latency from mouse click to seeing it on screen. So lots of people can test FPS. Hardly anyone can test actual latency in game. So we'll do some live benchmarking for you guys for this, which is great because I've got a PC, I've got a gaming PC, effectively a test PC, and then I've got a streaming PC. And because they're separated, the stream doesn't affect the performance of the gaming PC, the test PC. So it's really cool. If I was streaming on the same computer as I was gaming or testing, I think the results could be a bit more up and down. But the fact that it's kind of separated into dual stream PCs really helps as well. So okay, let's go. So we'll leave that open. So I just ran a little latency mon when I started the computer for 13 minutes, just to show that I'm not getting any huge peaks. That's normally about as high as I get, 1.39, 0.47. I mean, I could take that down more. I could strip Windows down more, but I kind of don't even want to. It's fine as it is. That's low latency. It's and Windows is fully functional. So anyway, right, let's do it. So we've got CapFrameX open. I need to take off my overlay stats for Afterburner because if we're going to use CapFrameX ones, we don't want the Afterburner ones on at the same time. So select all those, take them off, apply. Okay, so we've only got one monitoring tool now, which is CapFrameX. Yeah, I did that so long ago that I probably don't even have anything in here now. Unfortunately, we can't use the same replay as we've done recently to compare exactly with changes we've made, because every time Fortnite updates its code, the replays no longer work. So we only had an update like a couple of days ago. So I'm going to have to grab a replay probably from yesterday, just find a busy time slice in it, and we'll just benchmark that between each setting. Yeah. Hey Dar, how you doing? Right, let's go. So let's load. We don't want to exit load. We don't need any of that. Question is, do we test all of these? Which ones? I can't remember which one was. 18 hex and 26 hex. 18 hex. 26 hex. Okay, those are the background process and the programs. Those two. Okay, we'll try and do all of them. How many is that? 3. Well, it's going to take a while if we do all of them. 3 minutes of replay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So basically 36 minutes. Can you hang around and watch the same replay for 36 minutes, or should we just do some and not the others? I probably should do all of them. Sorry guys, you're going to be bored. What is Grandad doing with the latency thingo? Because honestly, loved his pack. Grandad, look, if I was a Grandad, it would up here, it would say Alexander the Grandad, and I'd be proud of it. But I'm not quite a Grandad yet. My son is 13. I don't think he's having kids quite yet. Right. Not Fortnite. What's the best free clipping software? What for screenshots or for videos? Oh no, it's a Battle Eye day. I hate Battle Eye days. I much prefer EAC days. Battle Eye tends to be a bit more unstable, but it gives you better. I think there's a screen recorder one built into Windows, isn't there? Pretty sure there's a screen recorder one. I mean, obviously, when I clip stuff, I use OBS to do it off my streaming PC. If you're talking about replays while you're playing game, I just use the NVIDIA one. All right, so we need a replay. Let's find a replay. Let's find a replay from last night. If I get a decent amount of kills. 13, 14. Probably a decent 3-minute replay in there. Right, so we go kind of end-game-ish. So what time? One thing I have noticed, you see that? There's no audio. I think the replays are broken at the moment. Sometimes you get audio and sometimes you... Look, now I've got audio. Wait, what is that about? Is that going to make a difference, the replays, if I don't have audio? So when is this? That's 17 minutes in and that finishes when? 20 minutes-ish? Okay, so if we go from 17 to about 20. So somebody, who knows their times tables? What is 17 times 60? Somebody tell me what 17 times 60 is. Calc. 17 times 60, 1020. Should we just go from 1000? So T, put the time in, put 1000 in here. That will take us to 1640. So is this finished by 2040? Yeah, okay, that's good. That's a good timestamp. Right, so go from 1000. We've got to remember this. We're going to have to go back to 1000 every time. Right, so we're going to start from here. So next question is, what FPS cap do I use? So I just stick with the one I normally use, which is 300 FPS through RTSS. Or do we go full unlimited to compare? I think when you go unlimited, you get kind of more variation. Whereas when you cap, it tends to be a bit more solid. So I think I'm going to cap at 300. What's your opinion on Hone? I don't know, is that the app where the guy joined my Discord recently, one of the owners of it, and started spying on me? Is that the one? I don't know. I don't know anything about it really. It just seems to have a lot of things in beta at the moment. That's all I'm going to say. From the screenshot somebody gave me of Hone, which I've never seen before, it's pretty much doing exactly what I do in my guide, other than I explain things better and actually show benchmarks for it. So, would you rather do it yourself or do it blindly with an app? Don't know. Up to you, really. Right. Okay. Let's start this because I'm going to have to run it through once to get rid of any caching issues. We probably should start at the bottom. Though. Hang on. Let's do process separation. Start at the bottom. So where are we starting? Desktop. Screenshot. This one. Okay, we're already up here. So we're starting at the bottom, 14 hex. Yeah? Let's start right at the bottom. And I can't remember the path. What's the path? Can I remember the path? I remember the path off the top of my head. It is HQ local machine, system, current control set, control priority control, control priority control. So it's this little fella here. What am I doing? Let's minimize this a little bit. All right. So we're going to start on 14 hex, okay? 14 hex. That's going to set it to DEC 20, basically, and we're going to work our way up. So that's live, so I don't need to reboot. So all I need to do now is run the Fortnite replay. But I need to run it through once, clear any possible data cache. So I want to make sure all the tests are even. So we're going to run a 3-minute test, and we'll go back to 1,000 seconds every time, and then we'll change the value, and then we'll rerun the test, and then we can compare all the results for FPS. Make sense? Okay, what's chat saying? It's quite loud, I might turn it down a bit. I want it deafening me. If it's too loud, let me know. And turn it down again. What's the best one? We covered that one. I really like your idea to keep Windows fully functional, as it's always something that pisses me off when I use custom ISO, yeah. And I couldn't even print when needed. Well, I'm sorry, but one of my service scripts does actually stop the spooler. But you can start that one again. It's quite easy to do, because I'm documenting everything, and it's really easy to undo and change it and make it easy for you. I mean, if you're just running a tweaking script and it just goes, you have no idea what it's done. And then you've got no idea how to fix it. Whereas all my stuff, I've documented the entire lot, and if you're taking restore points as you go, it's easy to back up, or you can just have a look at the command and do the opposite. I much prefer that. Doing the test. Hey, and yeah, I've got your little guide up. So we're going to go through all of them. So we're going to run the a 3-minute replay now, just to clear out any shader cache, so it's nice and even. I've put it on the lowest one so far, which is like 14 hex or something. And then so once this is run, we'll run a clean one with 14 hex. And then we'll basically just keep changing them up and up and up and running another 3-minute replay, and we can compare back to back. I'm capping at 300 FPS just because that's what I play at. So I typically find when I benchmark, it's better to benchmark what you play at, because otherwise it might not be realistic, reflective of your actual gameplay. And ultimately, what you want to be doing is making your gameplay better. So I mean, I could run it unlimited, but as I say, when you run unlimited, there are so many bottlenecks going on that I think it messes up the results a bit. So it's better to test with what you actually play at normally. How long have I been doing optimizations for? Well, it depends whether you talk about gaming PCs or kind of huge multi-million-dollar server implementations, because I've been doing the server ones for about 20 years.
Capture
but I've been right. That's done. Let's go back to 1,000. Ready to go. Start. This is the first real test. But for gaming PCs, only really since I got a PC for Fortnite. Originally, I think I played Fortnite on PS4 for about a year or two, and then after that I got a gaming PC, so I took my knowledge of how to tune kind of enterprise servers and applied it to gaming PCs, and just the kind of methodology of it, and writing guides. What do you work as? I used to be a enterprise IT systems architect and engineer. I used to kind of do huge projects for like the biggest telco companies in the world, or banks in the world, like AT&T, Verizon, British Telecom, Vodafone, loads of banks. So I used to do kind of really big projects where I kind of design entire server systems for millions of users online, and then implement it, performance tune it. Kind of, you have to size it as well to make sure it's the right. They've got a number of CPUs and memory and everything else. So I did that for about 20 years, kind of around the world, for, well, mostly around Europe and around the States. And then I started working for my wife, who has her own accountancy company. So now I just do all the IT for her company, and she owns a couple of companies. So I do all the IT for that, but because it's nowhere near me, the amount of running around the world and work that I used to do, I've got more spare time on my hands now. So that's why I kind of do more kind of gaming and kind of hobby stuff. Yeah, sent you a tip of paper. Oh, awesome! Thanks, Sandy. I wish I could subscribe with my Twitch Prime. Yeah, as soon as I can get 3 concurrent users, right? So right now we've got 9 people watching on YouTube, which tend to be all the interested people in PC tuning on YouTube. I've only got 1 person watching on Twitch, and I need an average of 3 to get affiliated. It's driving me nuts because I'm on about 2.6, 2.7 typically. So I need more people moving from YouTube to Twitch really, just so I can get affiliated. And then I can also stream in different qualities, and it can adjust depending on what device you're watching. Whereas at the moment, if you watch on Twitch, you're basically stuck on the 720p, no matter what device you're watching. So yeah, so in terms of didn't know you had a Twitch. I need to do like, there we go. I'll do an exclamation mark Twitch, and that'll give you a link to it. Yeah, so I mean, as far as I'm aware, I'm the only person that's testing latency in Fortnite, directly in Fortnite, and as far as I'm aware, I'm the only person doing FPS captures like this, where you take the exact time slices within a replay, change one thing, and then run it again, and then compare back to back. Most of the tweakers that I've seen are basically going into creative, looking up at the sky and seeing what FPS average highs, lows you get, which is completely inaccurate. Whereas this gives you gameplay in Fortnite, and you can compare exactly the same overlays with FPS to see whether it's better or worse, so it's much more exact. And I came up with this methodology myself because I was just fed up with really bad variations in the results, because going into creative and looking up at the sky, yeah, it's very much trust me brah, and go and see if it feels better or not. Right, so we've got our first real replay, so I'll show you what that looks like, and then we'll change the registry to the next one and we'll run it again. So if I show you what this looks like, so this is, I need to start writing this down. Which one was this? Which one was this? So this is what it's going to look like, and we're going to compare the results for all the other ones. So at the moment we've got stuttering 0.47%, sorry, 0.4 seconds, 0.3. So that's not great, to be honest. I'm normally about 0.1, but we have started at the very bottom. So we're going to work our way up and see whether this stuttering gets better, whether the FPS gets better, etc. Testing methodology. Right, so this is hex 14 brackets 20. This is hex 14 bracket 20. Yeah, which is the decimal number. So that's our first recording. So now let's change it to the next one. Let's do Enzo's next one. So we're going up to 15 now. 15 next. I'm really glad I don't have to reboot between these. Right, so it's 15 brackets 21 is the next one. So we'll run it again. As I say, you guys are going to get bored of watching this same replay over and over for 30 minutes. Sorry about that. But I like to be thorough. Right, back to the same time stamp. Exactly on 1,000 seconds. Press spacebar, start recording, and we're off to the races again.
Capture started.
So you're currently using 28, okay. Yeah, you're one of the few who do benchmarks to back it up. Well, exactly. I mean, I don't believe what anyone tells me until I've tried it myself. So you can see I'm doing it live. Here, there. I can't fudge this. It's no trust me bro, just transfer $20 to my account. There's none of that. I'm doing this essentially for free for you guys and for me when I play Fortnite, but because it's fun. So it's fun for me anyway. Oh. Right, so I do want to kind of find the best ones here. And what I'll probably do is after we've done this, we've gone through each one, which will take 30 minutes as I said, 36 minutes. After we've done the FPS for each one, we'll find out, hey Mike, we'll find out which one is the best one, probably the top one, yeah. And I'm going to compare it to when you do background and programs. You know, they're normally the choices in Windows with the little GUI that gives you the choice between programs and Windows. Background processes and programs. So what we'll do is we'll go into my test environment. I'll try those 3 settings and I'll swing a pickaxe 50 times to get the average latency. And we can see whether it makes a difference to FPS, and we can then see if it makes a difference to latency as well. Nobody on the internet other than me is doing. I mean, the best I've seen anybody else doing this is probably using XPerf to kind of measure background latency, or while you're playing latency. It's definitely no one's. I've seen Frethy do some actual end-to-end latency with kind of LDATs and NVIDIA reflex latency analyzer. I've seen him do some, but certainly not in Fortnite. He's never done anything in Fortnite. He's done it in other games. Yeah. Frethy's the only other person that I know of that actually does show his workings. I mean, as I say, if I went to, what are we testing today? We're testing different kind of CPU processor scheduling settings, Mike. So in my guide, sorry, in my scripts, I kind of give the near the top possible one, but I don't give the very top possible one. So I'm testing all of them. Oh, you're on Twitch now. Thank you very much.
Capture finished.
Windows 11 because the timer resolution works properly. You think you set it on Windows 10, it doesn't actually work. So go to 11. The latency is just as good. Yeah, exactly. Frethy's good. Actually test stuff. But I've been on Frethy's Discord, and it's incredibly toxic, especially if you question something. Oh my God, it's like questioning the Bible. They get really toxic, the people on there. So I do respect Frethy a lot, but I don't know. I couldn't stay on his Discord for more than a day. Maybe it's better now. I mean, another difference between me and most tweakers is, from what I've seen, a tweaker will come in, go on your computer, run their scripts, so you haven't got a clue what they've done, and then ask for money and leave. If you did that in the real world to a big customer, I don't know, like Verizon Wireless or something, they basically sue you. You couldn't do that to like a production environment, just pop in there, run some dodgy scripts and then leave and expect to be paid. In the real world, that's nonsense. In the real world, you'd have to basically come up with what you're about to do, document it, try it in a test environment, prove it in a QA, quality assurance environment, run it in a performance test environment before it even got near the production environment. And then in the production environment, you'd have to come out with a rollout plan, including a rollback plan. And then you'd have to document everything. And that's how the kind of real world works for businesses. It just blew my mind when I saw what was happening in the tweaker community for people's computers and what they were getting away with. It's just real cowboy rubbish. So this is why I do things very differently to most tweakers. Avoid the cowboys, please, for your own sanity. Right, okay, so we've done that one, so we've got that one, so we need to write down. You guys need to remind me when the timer runs out, otherwise I'm just going to keep talking. That was 15 brackets 21. So hex 15, 15 brackets 21. Yep, next. What's next? What's next, Enzo? 16. So we don't do 17, look. There's no one before here. So 16's next. Right, okay. That should be live. So we go back in now. We go back to timestamp, back to 1000. Press spacebar, run it again. Right, new one.
Capture started.
Right, I wanted to ask, you recommend display scaling, but Blurrbusters, if you know who, yeah, I know who Blurrbusters are. They say it's nearly no difference in scale, GPU, what are your findings? So for a start, if you're selecting no scaling, it doesn't really matter whether you select display or GPU underneath, because you're not scaling anyway. If you are scaling, then normally the wisdom is that you want it done, the work done on the display, not your GPU, because your GPU is busy rendering things, doing more work. So that's the logic behind saying display. But if you're doing no scaling anyway, it doesn't make a difference what you then select for the drop down, because you're not doing it. But yeah, so I would personally, if I was scaling, then I'd select display over GPU. Should I upgrade to Windows 11 or stay on 10? You should definitely upgrade to Windows 11. Definitely upgrade to Windows 11. There's the thing that keeps going around in my head at the moment. People keep asking me to tune their PCs for them, or kind of give them an assessment of how they should tune their PC. And kind of all of them are on Windows 10 because they've heard scare stories about how Windows 11 has much worse latency. And that was absolutely true about a year ago. Now though, it's not true. Windows 11 has just as good latency as Windows 10, and you actually get better performance out of the newer technology hardware. So like the latest GPUs or the latest CPUs in Windows 11. You will get better FPS and latency in Windows 11. Microsoft have stopped selling licenses for Windows 10. You will not be able to buy a brand new computer now with Windows 10 on it because you can't buy Windows 10 licenses from Microsoft anymore. So you'll only be able to get Windows 11. So a thing keeps going around in my head at the moment when people ask me what I should do next. Kind of reminds me of when one guy says to another guy, how do I get to, I don't know, how do I get to the train station? How do I get to London? And the other guy says, well, I wouldn't start from here. So that kind of reminds me of what it's like with Windows 10 and Windows 11. If you're going to tune your PC, I wouldn't start with Windows 10. I'd start from Windows 11 and go from there. Timer resolution's better, everything's better on Windows 11. FSO is pretty much as good as FSE now. So full screen optimizations has the same latency as full screen exclusive mode. So I've tested those as well. So you don't need to do all the FSE setup anymore. You can just leave all the FSO stuff as default. You don't need to go into the Fortnite executables, right click, go properties and then disable FSO. You don't need to do that anymore. It's just as good as FSE now. There's loads of things in Windows 11 that's better than Windows 10. So please, if you're going to do some optimization on your PC, start with Windows 11. It will be pretty bloated once you first put it on there, when you first upgrade. But if you debloat it and then you run through all the kind of optimizations in my guide again, then it will be just as good, if not better, than what you had on Windows 10. HAGs should be on normally. Hardware accelerated graphics. Right, what are we up to? So that was that one done. What are we doing? Well, that's another replay done while I'm chatting away. That was 16 brackets 22. X 16 brackets 22 in decimal. Right, so what's next? We're going to jump to 18 next. So, go 16, we go 18. Right, that's now live. Rewind the Fortnite replay. See, this is why you've got to remember what you start at, because sometimes it forgets. 1000. And let's stabilize a bit. There you go.
Capture started.
Ooh. I've got the window open so that my computer's not getting hotter and hotter. It should stay the same temperature. I've tried to take temperature out of the equation by having the window open and the temperatures down here stay the same. Sometimes if you're running benchmarks, the more you do, the hotter things get, the worse the benchmarks are. So I try and keep all the variables exactly the same in the background so that every test is comparable. So you're only changing one thing and then you're running it again. So you can see whether it's better or it's worse. Keep the stuff that's better, you don't do the stuff that's worse. Bum, bum, bum. Any other questions? There was some, if I can get through all of this stuff in the next hour, including the latency testing, after that I'm gonna change a NVIDIA control panel hidden setting. Apparently that's meant to be really good and improves latency. So I'm gonna try that after that. Somebody suggested on my Discord. So if you suggest something you want to test, jump on my Discord and just ask for me to test it, and I'll test it live for you. Do you recommend MPO overlay for NVIDIA? I remember NVIDIA comes to recommended to disable. So yeah, surprise, surprise, Enzo. I have tested MPO disabled and enabled, and it's in the benchmark section, I think, somewhere. I need to find like an index for that, don't I? And MPO enabled, the default, was actually better for me. Typically, I believe you should only disable it if you're having screen problems. You're having like blackouts occasionally. Then it's worth kind of trying to disable MPO. But otherwise, it should be better performance. There's a setting in Windows as well to use MPO, I think, for just as a toggle for Windows screens. I don't know what it is when it's off, because it's off by default, so I'm pretty sure MPO is on by default, so I don't know, I'm a bit confused about that one. But yeah, leave it on. I really have tested pretty much everything. Whether I've tested it within the last 2 years, that's another question. Oh, nearly done, 8 seconds. Can chalk down another one.
Capture finished.
Right, that's done. So which one was done? Thank you for the follow, Dynamo. How you doing, Jonas? Right. So that was 18 brackets 24. I'll record that. Hex 18 brackets 24. Next. That was, so we're doing 19 and then 1A after that one. So change this to 19. There we go. Rewind the replay. Yeah, it's useful. Well, that's only the Pro that can do that though, Enzo. So, which is why I don't really kind of go into too much detail with it. But yeah, Pro's brilliant. I mean, such a good app. You should just buy the Pro anyway. So such a good app. What are we doing? That. Wait, we're not. We're doing that. We're doing that. Waiting for that to stabilize and then go. Yeah. Really good. I'm dying to get my hands on it for when I get my brand new Intel processor, my 14900KF. And once I can work out how to kind of manipulate the E-cores, I think that will be the go-to recommendation for any PC that I want to tune. My concern is that Ship's going to get his new PC quicker than I can get my one, and I'm going to be then setting it up. So I'm going to have to, if there's any kind of specific scheduling issues or anything with his CPU, which he's got pretty much the same spec as I'm getting. If there's any issues with it when I'm setting it up, I won't know exactly how to fix it in terms of the scheduling side of view. So that's why I'm desperate to get myself a new computer, so I can test all this stuff on there as well, and I can give you kind of more up-to-date recommendations. Yeah, I want to try the CPU sets. There's an efficiency mode that you can turn off in Processor Sue. I mean, I don't think you can specifically bind core affinities because Easy Anti-Cheat blocks you doing that, same way as it blocks you changing normal to high priorities. So I don't think that's doable. But the rest of it, yeah, that might be doable. So we'll find out. On the BIOS side, between speed settings, do you recommend disabling both? See, now I disable both because I fixed my CPU at 5 gigahertz. So because you don't need them once you've done the fixing. So it's difficult for me to say because I don't do it. Well, I do it, but it's because I don't need them. And if we're going to start talking about fixing your overclocks, then that's a whole other topic, especially on newer CPUs. Do you disable the E-cores, or do you leave them to run background processes? Do you? There's so many possibilities. Oh, I can't wait to get my new PC. I'll order it in about a month, so I'll get it in about a month and a half. You have the 13 KS, all the KS, and feel the E-cores are needed. Yeah, I think they are probably needed just for kind of running background stuff. That's the whole point of them, really. That they can kind of run the background OS stuff in the background and not affect your gaming, which can stay on the P-cores. But if the P-cores aren't, if the P-cores aren't being solely used for the game, then that's where it goes wrong. Right. Right, what are we up to? We are up to 19 brackets 25. Hex 19 brackets 25. So next one on your list, 1A. Next, 1A. Sets it to 26. Okay, rewind the replay, and we go again. Time, 1,000 seconds. Spacebar, go. Hello from Brazil. Wow. How's Brazil today, Everton? I hope it's warmer than it is here. It's cold and, well, it's semi-overcast here in gloomy Britain. Make processor run efficiency mode off so performance cores are prioritized. Yeah, that's what I want to try. It's going to be a game changer, it is. But I just don't know whether Easy Anti-Cheat is going to allow it. That's what I've got to find out. I mean, you could definitely try it on days like today, because this is running BattleEye today. So today would be a perfect for me. I don't know whether some people run BattleEye and some people run Easy Anti-Cheat at the same time, or whether it kind of mixes it up. Somebody was saying it's actually more than once a day. It could change like multiple times per day, whether you get BattleEye or Easy Anti-Cheat when you start the game. But BattleEye lets you do process manipulation for Fortnite, so I could in theory do it today if I had that processor. If I had a 12th gen Intel or higher. but I don't, so I can't. I watched a video yesterday about optimization and used it and liked the results in games like Counter-Strike 2. Well, one of my videos or a video? Why is there something flying around in here now? Open the window and all the creatures are coming in. You don't want that. Things like speed step and shear would help. Yeah, I mean if it keeps the cores up, it keeps the speeds up. I mean, if I was not fixing, then I'd probably encourage people to do the power plan setting where you disable idle and run it 100% all the time. Because I think that keeps the clocks up as well, doesn't it? I don't know. I haven't tried it. My video. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, as I said, there's only 4 pages in my guide that's specific to Fortnite. The rest is all specific to any gaming PC. So no matter what game you're running, it will help with all of them. You're just basically optimizing the PC. How are we doing? 25 seconds to go on this test. Yeah, you guys are going to get sick of this replay. Right, 3, 2, 1. Right, finish. Right, which power plan is best, Bitsum or Ultimate? So for me the other day, Ultimate gave a bit better latency than Bitsum. In terms of FPS, I don't think there's much in it, but Ultimate was a little bit lower latency when I measured it. Let me see. So what are we doing? 1A. Brackets 26. X1A. Let's do a capital 26. Right, what's next? 24 is next. Okay, 24. Excellent. This is background programs, isn't it? Oh. What tests have you done today, Emmanuel? So at the moment, we're testing Win32 separation for your CPU. And we're going through the entire list. And we're testing FPS. And then after we've done that, we're going to test latency, the default for programs, the default for background services. And then we'll test those two against the best one that we got for FPS. Disabling, yeah, it might be, yeah, it might disable, it might reduce its lifespan a little bit. Right, okay, I've got to remember what I'm doing here, or else I'm going to get lost. We've made the change, and run again. Yep.
Capture started.
Make sure you have lower temp. Well, it's going to make it higher temp if you disable idle. For me, adds 15 degrees centigrade if I disable idle. And when because I fix my frequency by 5,000 down there from the CPU, it was actually worse FPS and worse latency. Probably because of the heat. Even though latency numbers came down, in game the latency was worse. This is why I don't always trust kind of latency mon or perfx for testing latency, because it's not representative of the actual end-to-end latency in game a lot of the time. So the best possible test you can do is the test where you click your mouse and you measure how long it takes from the mouse click to seeing on the screen. That's the best test you can do for latency. Yeah, So I think it would probably be better if I didn't fix my clock frequency. If it was going up and down a lot, I think it probably would be better than disabling idle would be better. But for me, it's worse. How can I find you on Twitch? Yeah, please, if you can, pop over to Twitch. Oh, why have I done that? Sweet, that's it. Alright, there we go. Link should pop up in the next 30 seconds. Have you tested new drivers? I'm on them right now. I haven't benchmarked them because I couldn't compare to I couldn't use the same Fortnite replay as I did with when I benchmarked the previous drivers. But I've played with them for about a day or so now, and they seem fine. So thank you for the follow, Cry. Yeah, so they seem fine though. I will bench them at some point. I am running the very latest drivers right now. Yes, text. Disabling idle on processor bad. Oh no, we've got that one. Upstairs, but if you disable idle, you get better responses, but he needs better cooling. Yeah, you do need better cooling. You need good cooling. Driver booster, is it good or bad? I love driver booster. I buy the pro version. I probably wouldn't run the free version because it gives you annoying pop-ups and tries to do bundleware, but what you can do is you can install the free version, run all the scans, install the latest drivers, clean out the old device list. That's a really good kind of other tool, by the way, cleaning out the old devices, and then uninstall it when you're done. There you go. That's what you can do if you're running the free version. Then you don't have the annoying pop-ups and the annoying background services trying to check for new versions and things. So I run IOBIT Advanced System Care Pro, Driver Booster Pro, and IOBIT Uninstaller Pro. I buy a bundle for like $20 for a year when it's on sale. So it's really good. I like it. I used to run like CC Cleaner, but that's got a hidden scheduler process that runs once a day at the same time. And if you're gaming at the same time as that background process runs, it alt tabs and your whole screen goes blank for a few seconds. So I had to stop using CC Cleaner Pro because of that. So that's why I switched to IOBIT. Right, what are we doing? I'll read more chat in a sec. Let me get back on track with the testing. What were we up to? Check the registry. That was 24 brackets 36. Hex. 24 brackets 36. Wait, 36. We jumped. Well, apparently it is. 1A is 26. And then we get up to 36. We just jump straight up, do we? Okay. So now we're on 25. Change this to 25. Into that side, it's on 37. So now we're on that automatically kicks in. We go back to the beginning of our replay. And I'll wait for the FPS to settle a little bit. Then we press play and then go again. Right, back to chat.
Capture started.
I think the stable clock speed is responsible for lower latency. Yeah, definitely. Twitch is just more convenient for me. Yeah, I like Twitch. It's Abby. CPU wise or CPU wise. If you want to the trick where you can disable dynamic P states for your GPU, it's probably all you need to do for your GPU. So for your GPU, latest drivers, optimize the NVIDIA control panel, MSI mode, processor affinities, move it away from core 0, and then disable dynamic P states. You don't need to pretty much do anything else. You don't need to overclock it. Fortnite certainly. Literally makes no difference if you overclock your GPU for Fortnite. No difference at all. Not for FPS, not for latency. I've tested a lot. Makes no difference. So if you're going to overclock your GPU, that's good for GPU benchmarks like superposition or 3D Mark Time Spy, or games that are really GPU bound. But for Fortnite, which is a CPU bound game, it makes no difference at all. And anyone that's buying a 4090 for Fortnite as a pro and then expecting the performance to be better because they've got a 4090, I'm afraid you could have just saved yourself like $1,000 and got a cheaper GPU, and the performance would be exactly the same, because it won't make a difference. Fortnite is all about how fast your CPU is and how fast your memory is. You upgrade your memory, you get a massive FPS bump. So if you're looking to upgrade your computer and you want faster Fortnite FPS, first thing you should do is look at your memory. If you're running slow memory, then if you buy some fast stuff that's compatible with your motherboard and your CPU, then you will get a big gain in FPS very quickly for $100 or so. In your PDI, do you still recommend using bits on performance? Yeah, I know I do, but well, I needed the benchmarking the other day for Ultimate and Bitsum and all those guys, and that haven't given you guys a new document for a couple of weeks. So one's more up to date than the other one. By the way, if someone uses AMD, just download the chipset driver. Yeah, that definitely helps. Chipset drivers usually help for anything. You should be making sure you're on the latest drivers and chipset drivers. You want the latest chipset drivers, go to your, Google your motherboard, go to their web page, go to the support section and look for any updates for chipset drivers. You should always start with that when you have a new PC anyway. That should be the first thing you pretty much do. Right, let's go again. What are we up to? This was 25 brackets 37. Right, what's next? 26. Yep, 26. Rewind the replay. I used to do like 5-10 minute replays, but it was just taking up too much time. So I think 3-minute replays is basically the minimum I can go and still get consistent results. Yeah, I probably will update it. I mean, I've got a section on how to unlock the Ultimate Performance Plan already, but I might make that a bit bigger. So you recommend to use driver lists. Some people say it messed up drivers in Windows, so you recommend to use driver. So, no, I do recommend it. I do recommend it. Always have a restore point first, though. Definitely make sure you do a restore point first. I've had situations where if I've updated like which drivers? It might be in chipset drivers in Driver Booster, and then rebooted and it wouldn't reboot. So make sure that you have a restore point first if you're going to use Driver Booster. But other than that, Driver Booster has been great for me. I've used it for years. So. It always goes up and down, depends, because I've got 5000 chip and it doesn't let it fix a certain CPU speed. It always goes up and down. Yeah, it depends on the load. Yep. Raphael, somebody posted, one of the guys on my Discord posted a good video apparently on how to optimize your files for that CPU. So if you jump on my Discord and ask what the video was, then yeah, it's worth following, because anyone that's followed that video said it's much better. So it's kind of, I didn't make it, I don't endorse it, but from what people have said, it really helps specifically for that CPU. Isn't 4090's input delay faster in general? I don't think so. Pride, can you achieve lower latency because use MSI mode, process affinity? Okay, you guys are having your own conversations now, so I'm trying to keep up. Going SMP from that, and also lowered my latency just like that, like an hour ago. So you actually went down frequency and lowered your latency, Abby. Because from my experience, because my general rule of thumb is if you want slightly better performance out of your XP, the XMP memory, the quickest thing you can do is go into your BIOS and copy down the primary settings for your XMP and then adjust them so your CL it goes down 1, so your latency gets better. But then to adjust for that, your frequency needs to go down 100. That will give it a decent performance boost. That's a really quick and easy way of doing it. It's normally stable if you do that. But you went down a lot of frequency. Did you also lower the latency as well? Hang on. Conversations while I'm trying to benchmark. What are we up to? 26 bracket 38. X 26 brackets 38. Right, what's next? So we're now up to 28. 28. That's now 40. This is the one I normally run at, generally speaking. This is the one I normally run at myself, and it's the one I my script, and that's one I recommend in my guide. So I'm wait for it to stabilize a bit, and then go. Doesn't like set frequencies. Yeah, I mean CPU overclocking is an entire huge discussion in itself. And these USB ports until I don't use chipset drivers helps me with nothing. Not installed is pretty dumb considering the new AMD CPUs need it for proper CCX workload scheduling. It makes no difference. Tested it. Oh, cool. Are there any tests of MSI mode and processor affinity? Yep, on my Discord, I'm pretty sure I've got processor affinity tests and MSI mode tests. But if MSI mode, if you're running if you're running a 30 series card or a 40 series GPU, it's already MSI mode's already turned on. It's only for us people with like 4 or 5 year old GPUs, because I've got a 2080 Ti, that you have to manually set MSI mode. Processor affinity, I mean, you can see processor affinities helps background processes just in general in latency mods. As soon as you move the interrupt requests from CPU 0 away to another one, so like CPU 2, you can see the overall latency comes down because it just spreads the load out. So you can test for yourself just in latency mod that moving the processor affinity for your GPU is the biggest thing you can do to kind of reduce work that CPU 0 is doing, because everything just bundles on CPU 0 and you just get a bottleneck. So any work that you can move away from CPU 0 to another one is a good thing. It just kind of spreads out the load and lowers the overall latency. You can just do that from latency mod and see the results. Do you think Fabi says, do you think 9% average DPC latency while using Firefox, Intel, GTX? Do you think 1.9 DPC? I mean, DPC latency is pretty much driver related, not process related. So what are you doing in Firefox? You're doing a load of downloads or something for... Yeah, for that. Average. I mean, I'd say yes if it was processor latency, but 1.9 for DPC latency? Probably not. I mean, if I have a look on my one, see what I get. If I open well, I can't open Firefox, I can open Chrome. Unless you've got a million tabs open and they're all kind of using the network card, DPC latency shouldn't go up too much. Which mouse and keyboard do you use? I'm a controller player, so I don't game on mouse and keyboard.
Capture finished.
But you need a certain mouse and keyboard for, well, you need a certain mouse for the latency testing. So I've got, what have I got here? I've got Razer Death Adder Pro for my mouse, and I've got a Razer, the top of the range Razer keyboard as well. So I don't play keyboard and mouse, but I've got the most expensive keyboard and mouse pretty much you can get. That's the answer to that one. Because I'm an idiot. I like wasting my money, apparently. Right, so that was 28 brackets 40. X 28 brackets 40. Decimal number. Right, what's next? So we're on 29 next. We're near the end. We're near the end. 29. And then we can get on to doing some latency testing. Okay. Right, time, reset. Stabilize a bit and go for it. Drago said, do you think it's worth including default processing value of 2x deck? Well, in my scripts, so depending on what the results are here, I'll change my document and I'll change my script. So when the facts change, I change my mind. That's normal, yeah. Yes, I have a dinosaur, I know. And CL16 3200 is good enough for that. Well, I see at Pullman's with the faster kit. If you want to see an improvement, Del Boy, go to 1080p. You're rendering less pixels. But it depends on the motherboard and it depends on the CPU. Because your motherboard has a limit for what you can run, probably frequency, but the specific kit that you get will be what's called QVL'd, kind of certified for its XMP on a specific motherboard on a specific processor. So you have to double check that it will run on your system. So if you went out and bought like a 4000 frequency kit, you need to make sure that look on their website, the memory website, manufacturer's website, that it's certified for your motherboard and CPU combo. G-Skill's got a good site for doing that. If you go to the G-Skill website and look up, put in the memory speed that you want, say 4000 or something, and then find the 4000 with the lowest CL, the lowest latency. Then go in the QVL section and look up, it will give a big list of motherboards and it will give a big list of processors. And you can just check in there whether your one's in there and the for the CPU and the motherboard. And then you know it will work or not. And a rule of thumb for working out how fast memory is going to be in comparison to each other, to work out the nanosecond time that the CPU talks to the memory, what you do is you take the CL value, so like 14, so what is it, 16 in your case, and divide it by the frequency, so 3200, and then you times that by 2000. So the CL divided by the frequency times by 2000. Most memory kits are about 10 nanoseconds. Really good DDR4 will be about 7.5, which is the one I run. But DDR5 is slightly different and slightly slower. most DDR5 is 10 nanoseconds, and the very fastest nanoseconds that you can get is about 9.4, 9.5. So then it's not as low latency as DDR4 was. Does that make sense? Or am I just going around in circles again? I'm going to need some water today if I'm talking this much. Right, keep telling me to hydrate. Right, 29 brackets 41. We're nearly there, we're one away. Hex 29. We are one away, people. So the very last one is 2A. Top of the list. 2A. Right, that's done. So this is 42 basically. Back to Fortnite. So the last one we're going to run, and there are all the results. Back to the beginning. There we go. Right, it's running. Should I just put my GPU on another CPU core or anything? So yeah, I mean, I normally recommend just, well, it depends if you're running hyperthreading or not, because if you're not running hyperthreading, you've disabled it, then it's much easier. You can just select one core that isn't core 0, typically like core 3. I'm sorry, core 2 or core 3, or 4 or 5. It doesn't really matter, as long as it's a P core and as long as it's not core 0. If you are still running hyperthreading, which is the default, then you need to basically, they're in pairs. So 0 and 1 is a pair, a core and its thread, and then 2 and 3 is the next core and its thread, and then 4 and 5 are the next core and its thread. So if you are running hyperthreading, then you want, say you want the third core, then you choose 4, you tick 4 and 5. Hey Butcher. Butcher? Yeah, I think Butcher. So it depends if you're running hyperthreading or not. Bear in mind that if you set that and then you go and change your hyperthreading on and off, you'll need to go and change all the affinities because they won't be set correctly, because the numbering system will change. It's no longer they're no longer in pairs. They just want to just go straight down. But yeah, the important thing is moving it away from core 0. It's less important which core you move it to, as long as it's a P core. You can do tests to see which one of the P cores is the fastest ones. Process Lasso has a thing called Thread Runner in it, where you can basically rate, or Thread Racer, where you can race different core 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kind of thing, and see which one's the fastest, and then move your GPU to those. I'm not sure it's available in the free version of Process Lasso, but it's available in the Pro one, so that's a really useful trick. But if you're going to run that, make sure that everything's default and everything's basically on core 0 when you start, and then you race everything apart from core 0. So you can, so the cores aren't already loaded, one's got the GPU on or something. So if you're going to run the Thread Racer, make sure you're not loading the test, as it were. 40 seconds, people. Do you overclock your controller to 100 Hz? So, yes is the answer to that, but it depends on the controller. And what you should do is you shouldn't just kind of overclock it and assume that that's faster than another one. You should actually test. So most Xbox controllers can't be overclocked, but the PlayStation ones can. But the only way you can test the actual response times is if they're in kind of Xbox emulation mode. So first thing you need to do is get like something like DS for Windows for your PlayStation controller, and then use it to emulate the controller as an Xbox type, and then you can test X input with a tool I've put in my pack, and then you can see whether the polling rate is actually making your response times faster or not. Because if you go too high, all that ends up happening is you just end up flooding a CPU, a core, with interrupt requests, and your CPU gets 100%, and then you wonder why your FPS has gone down, because it's basically just asking it to give updates way more often than it's actually helping. So it's important that whenever you overclock your controller, that you actually then test to see whether the response times is coming down, and then you set it to the lowest possible polling rate that you can where it comes down. If you kind of go into the 8,000 range on your controller, you're just going to be flooding your CPU and you're not going to be getting any extra better response time. So it's important that you test. Right, we're done. Let's have a look at the results. So I'll read my chat in a minute. It's just coming up quicker than I can answer. So this is 2A brackets 42. And we are done. Hex 2A brackets 42. Right, moment of truth, comparison. So we're going to whack the whole lot, all those ones. Why didn't that work? All of those into comparison. It's thinking. And see what we got. Right, so the best for average FPS is hex 14, according to this. Well, that's interesting, because that shouldn't be the case. It should be hex 2A. Hex 2A was the worst. Wow, that's really interesting. No way. So according to this, the highest FPS was pretty much at the start. 20, 21, 22's there, 38's there, 36 is there, 22's there. This is very different to what I had before. Wow, look at that. Let's compare how smooth everything was. Well, that's interesting. So some of these are actually smoother than the others, less red. Live benchmarking, people. Things can go wrong. No, they can't. That should be pretty consistent. So there's the overlay. So that you can see exactly where things were peaking. You can see we're running exactly the same replay because you get the same peaks at the same times. We've got the percentiles. So this is the FPS. So again, you can see the replays are comparing like for like completely here. Wow. Let's instead of doing 0.1% lows, let's compare standard deviation as the last metric. That gives you an indication of how smooth it was. The lower the number for standard deviation, the smoother it was. So let's actually sort by the last metric now. Wait, no. Sort by the last metric. Sort by that. So technically the smoothest one was 21, hex 15. Wow, this is really interesting. So we're running ultimate performance power plan. We're not really running anything in the background that should be interfering at all with this. Wow, I wasn't expecting this at all. So 21's the smoothest. And I get 297 with that. That one's got a 297. So there are only two in the 297s, yeah? That one and that one. 297, 2, and that one. So that's hex 14 and hex 15. Wow. So the lowest two that we've done, these two bottom ones, the lowest two for these two bottom ones here is actually given the best results for me. I don't know whether one thing I want to check here. I'm going to close Fortnite actually. Wait. What did I just do there? Don't know what I just did there. Wow, you can zoom in and zoom out. I didn't even know you could do that. Okay, never mind that. I was drone free, that's why. I can close Fortnite. So I'm going to read chat in a minute. I just want to try and get my head around this. So one thing I want to do here is I want to have a look at the temperatures. I want to make sure they haven't been going up and up and up. Right, temperatures. CPU temps 44, 44, 43, 44, 44, 44, 44, 44, 44, 44, 44, 43. The very last test we did was actually the coolest one. I just wanted to make sure that my computer wasn't getting hotter and hotter, which was making the test worse and worse as we went on. But from that, it looks like there's pretty stable temperatures. Let's look at the GPU temps. 46, 46, 46, 46, 46, 47, 47, 47, 46, 46, 46, and 46. So we can get rid of this actually. That was the cache one that we created at the beginning. So what's going on here? Why? I'm really surprised at this result. Really am. I'm going to start suggesting people just select background apps. Because which one's the default? So background apps is 18 and 26 is programs. So 18 is the second best smoothest there. 18 is the second best smoothest. I think I'm going to start recommending people just quick and easy, just click on the background one. Wow. Actually, it doesn't get the highest 297s, does it? So Hex 14 was the best one, but then it's not the smoothest. Smoothest one is 15 and that one. Is there any difference in syncs? Let's have a look at predicted input lag. This is expected input lag. So that's 14 and a half, 14 and a half. So I'm looking at this number here. 14 and a half, 14 and a half, 14 and a half. I think that's pretty consistent actually. No big lag spikes anywhere. Okay. Wow. Let me catch up on chat, see if you guys have got some insight. Rice says, "A problem with Fortnite, my chat is running at GPU 80% when I play, but my CPU is only running at 30. In Fortnite? Sure that's right. Unless you've got an absolute potato GPU. Wow. Enzo says, I also brought Park Control Pro a long time ago to disable core parking. Well, you don't need to do that if you've got processor suit, because that will disable the core parking. Thank you so much for all this work. Auto GPU Affinity by Amit shows you the best core for GPU. Okay, well, that's, yeah. Or I could just run processor suit thread racer. You can usually select the physical cores if you're running SMT or SSH. Yep, for interrupt affinities, yep. I tested with Express lower DPC count on physical cores only instead of physical and virtual. Okay. How do I lock that on Windows? You'll have to Google that one, I'm afraid. Jordan. K done change ultimate performance time to game while watching you. Okay, half and half. Jordan, you don't want static clock with the AMD. They're not built for static timings. Okay, good feedback. Drum roll results for AMD. You want PBO negative. Okay, that's more overclocking CPU. But yeah, that is interesting. Don't know how it not works. Well, for Infinity, it doesn't work because Xbox lock the motherboards in it. They don't allow overclocking. So even if you've got a SCUF that's modified, that's based on a Xbox controller, you can't overclock it. You're looking at probably about 7 millisecond response times, as opposed to the PlayStation ones. You can get under 1 millisecond response times with overclocking. So yeah, always go for a PlayStation based controller if you can. How do you fix low CPU usage? Well, you find your bottleneck, which sounds like your GPU, and then you upgrade it. Clocks also can't be throttling. X15. Gotcha. I would see a notable difference with latency between. Yeah, I mean, God, yeah. Do that calculation, Del Boy. If you take 14 divided by 4,000 times by 2,000 versus CL16, so which is 16 divided by 3,200 times by 2,000, and do that calculation to get the nanoseconds. And the lower the nanoseconds, the faster it is. Yeah, I've been verifying the best. Let's see if you get some. Yeah, try to re-verify the best hex to see if you get similar results. Try to re-verify the best hex to see if you get similar results. Okay, so the very best one was 14. Wait. Well, if we're going to sort by the first metric, if we're going to absolutely sort by the first metric, which is average FPS, then the best hex is 14 there. So let's run it again. We put 14 in here. And we're, a closed Fortnite now. Shouldn't have done that, should I? Might be a bit of variation now because I've reopened Fortnite. Shouldn't be, but we can see. That's the only variable, really. The fact that we've reopened it. 13 milliseconds versus milliseconds. You mean nanoseconds? Oh, are we talking controllers? Are we talking? What are we looking at? What are you talking about? Those results were shocking. Yeah, they were shocking. I am shocked. I'm very surprised by that. The only thing I've changed really on my system since I did it last time is I've got a much better memory overclock. I've managed to really tighten all the subtimings. That's the only thing I've really changed. So maybe me being able to run faster memory, I don't know, move the bottleneck somewhere else or something. That is very shocking though. Yeah, I'm shocked. Which one was it? This one we were doing? 13. I think it was this one. Bench 1,000. I think it was this one. Your GPU always waits on CPU. Should be the other way around. Well, no, your GPU is dependent on your CPU feeding it stuff. But yeah, you should have higher FPS than, you should have higher percentage than that normally. I mean, you can see my relative percentages down there. Look, CPU max 80%, GPU 27. My GPU is bored, and I'm not overclocking it. Gameplay. Time 1,000. Right, run that test again.
Capture started.
CPU 13 millisecond CPU, 7 millisecond GPU. Sorry, where are you getting those numbers from? Like that. Okay, we need to fix this. Sorry.
Capture
No audio
finished.
again. I'm worried no audio is going to affect the replay. We had this earlier, didn't we? Ah, damn it. Well, give me audio back, please. No. Oh, I love Epic game bugs. No, I don't. Come on, where is my audio? I've got no audio. Call of Duty says so. Okay, so it's Call of Duty is actually giving you the breakdown, is it? So I've got audio back now. But why in the replay has it gone crazy? Right, so I've got audio now as well. So if I go now, go time, thousands, go gameplay. Please be audio, please be audio.
Capture started.
There's no audio. I fixed this earlier by just clicking around in the replay and it kind of fixed itself.
Capture finished.
Oh, damn it. Oh. Back, it's back. We got audio back. Oh, Fortnite, stop breaking things that were working. They're terrible at this. Why do they always have to break stuff that was working fine? It's not like it's new functionality. It's the same functionality. How do they break something that was working fine? Right, it's running now. It's running now. Call of Duty is a GPU bound game, right? Call of Duty is a GPU bound game. So you're going to have higher GPU percent than you are CPU percent because it's a GPU bound game. Pretty sure it's a GPU bound game. Whereas Fortnite, it's a CPU bound game. You hit your bottleneck in your CPU before you hit your bottleneck in your GPU. But Call of Duty is the other way around. I think that's just the game. It's about to find the Rex hex, start breaking Fortnite. Yeah, Fortnite starts breaking. I know, crazy. So, but the thing is, Enzo, if this was a freak result, then why are the ones closest to it very similar good results as well? Unless something's periodically changed on my computer, which is why the first thing I looked at was temperatures. But nothing else has changed since we've been seeing here. Unless somehow the performance of the computers got worse without the temperatures getting worse. From the beginning of the tests to the end of the tests. Excuse me. So for me, it doesn't look like a freak result at the moment. I'm just wondering whether it's something in a processor 2 update or something that's made it so it manages foreground and background processes so much better that by actually prioritizing the background processes actually helps the foreground processes when you do the Win32 separation. I don't know. Maybe I'd get different results if I wasn't running processor 2. Maybe I'd get different results if I was running Bitsum instead of Ultimate Power Plan. I don't think I've got any. Tweaks on the power plans. I think I reset them to defaults. Or did I up the 5000 value for the processor idle check? I might check that. But yeah, I'm very tempted. Yeah, I didn't find it to change results. True. Yeah. So there we go. We've done it again. Let's go and have a look. And delete all those broken tests that didn't have sound. Okay, so that one and that one didn't have sound, so delete those. So this is now the best one, which was the first one, right? Hex 14 brackets 20. Take 2. But right at the top still. I mean, it's a little less smooth, but it's the same average FPS. Look at this. This is shocking to me. I'm very surprised that basically prioritizing background processes, the most you can do, is helping Fortnite a foreground process. Crazy. I was not expecting that at all. But I mean, I'll show you the results that I did when I did it. These are the results that I did back in last year. And the kind of best FPS there, 36.2. That one, 36.2. That was 16 hex. So 22 deck. Okay, kind of. That's more on the lower side, isn't it? But 14 hex was certainly not the best FPS there. So something's changed between then and last May, last year. I've obviously tuned something else on my PC to make it better. Interesting. But I mean, I have to go with the latest results because that fits with the latest install guide and pack. So whatever works best with those is what I should go with, really. Yeah, exactly. That was back when I had a worse optimized PC. Yeah, so I've done a load of tuning since then, and a load of improvements. So, but yeah, crazy. Wow. So, as a basic recommendation, everyone, if you're running my stuff, running my guide and running my scripts, type in adjust, go to advanced in performance options and click on programs and then back to background services. I think by default it's programs. You have to kind of wiggle them left and right. But this one is better than this one for Fortnite right now with my guide and my scripts on my computer. That's shocking to me. That's really surprising. Should we test latency? Should we give latency a go? So what I wanted to do is I wanted to test programs, background services, and then whatever one. So in this case, hex 14 for latency swinging a pickaxe on my test environment. That's what I wanted to test. So we've done FPS. So should we go and test latency now? Do you think we can analyze this anymore? Or do we just declare a winner? All right, so let's. I'm really shocked at that. I'm really shocked at that. I think we can get rid of that second result because it comes second anyway. It's getting that, so let's just keep it clean. Keep these like that. I'll post all of this on my Discord, okay? I'll post it all on my Discord so you can pick it apart as much as you want. Again, with the smoothness. What was the 16? It wasn't the smoothest. This one was the smoothest, wasn't it? 15.6, a standard deviation of 15.6. So 21. Which was background processors again? I don't remember now. So only 2 over 297. The rest are all under 297. And in fact, the one I normally run with is this one down here, 40, and that's got percent-wise. Oh, it's not a huge percent. Got 1.2% worse FPS. It's the one I normally run with. No, not 1.2, 0.2. Yeah, 26 was the best there. So I'm going to write these down. Notepad, just because we're going to jump into a different environment in a minute. I just want to write this down. So the best FPS winner award goes to Hex 14. The smoothest award FPS goes to 1, 2, 1, 3. This one. Yeah, that one. 1A Hex 1A 26. I mean, let's have a look at these just from an individual point of view as well quickly. After standard deviation. So they progressively get worse, in other words. P1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 6, 2, 3, 8. I'm looking at the P1s right now. 2, 3, 8.1, 2, 3, 6, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5. I got a bit better. 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 0. Wow, it's really dropping. Further we go down, the worse the 1 percentiles are. Well, that's really interesting to me. All right, so let's jump into my other environment, and we'll swing a pickaxe and measure some efficiency. Hang on, I'll read that in a sec. Let me just switch over. So what are we leaving it on? We're leaving it on the best one. Well, I'm just going to leave it on the best one. This is my gaming environment. I plan on playing on the best one. Surprise, surprise. Well, that's being weird. Right, so we need to plug my mouse into the monitor now, because this is my reflex latency monitoring environment. Mouse goes into the monitor, like that. We need to plug the monitor into the computer, like that. We need to turn on the monitor's G-Sync processor, reflex latency analyzer, check. We need to log in. So this is the same computer boot, just an environment with the full NVIDIA Experience Center installed as well, so that I can give you guys that overlay down there, and you can see what I can see on the physical monitor, what the latency is every time I swing a pickaxe in Fortnite. It's not the right one. These are not the droids you're looking for. We want reflex analyzer down the bottom. That's the one we want. And we want to open up regedit. And we want to go current control. I've got to remember where it is now. Where are you? Oh, hang on, my mouse is not working anymore. We want local machine, system, current control set, control, priority control. Control, priority control. Win32 separation. Okay. So should we start with just default Windows then? Let's do the adjust appearance. So we're just going to go with the easy toggle on, toggle off options. So advanced, so background services, apply. If we refresh this, should have changed it to that. So if you toggle this, programs, and then refresh that, it changes it here. Yeah. So this basically is just two basic options you can choose through Windows without having to go to the registry. So at the moment, we found that the best results we've had in Fortnite are with the background services over the higher ones for the programs. So the lower values for background services versus the higher ones for the programs. So we found that this is better for Fortnite. So let's start with just, let's start with programs, then we'll do background services, then we'll do the winner from the FPS. Yeah? So we'll start with programs first. Refresh. So 26 brackets 38. That's what we're starting with. Epic Games Launcher. Launch the Fortnite. People did say a foreground boost is too high. The anti-cheat could have issues. Really? Oh, really? Maybe. Bear in mind this is a battle eye day, and the results might be completely different. In which case, on an easy anti-cheat day. Yes. Target fire. That's 9-day difference. Really? 1440p is better for shooting people. Didn't think of it like that. I mean, I spot people miles away on my 1080p monitor. If I'm in a squad, I will normally spot people way before anybody else does, because my monitor's 1080p and running high resolution, and the color scheme's good. Not because I've got less pixels. And I'm sitting the right distance away from it. So basically, if you lean back in your chair and you point with your finger, your fingertip should pretty much nearly just touch the screen if it's set up right, and the top of the screen should be pretty much at eye level. So you're meant to set up a screen. Right, so don't go to the shop. If we're doing latency testing, then we need this on my normal latency testing skin and pickaxe, so it's nice and consistent. I did create a new world the other day, actually. I don't know whether we should try that one. I usually do my pickaxe testing in the Greasy Grove creative map. But I created a blank new world the other day. I don't know whether it's better latency or not. Well, why isn't my performance overlay coming up? Why isn't that working, people? Please tell me the latest drivers there haven't messed this up. Please tell me. Yeah, reflex latency analyzer. Advanced. Reflex. Have they changed something here? I won't be very happy if they've messed this up. Where's all my stats? No! Where are all my stats, please? That down there should have like 3 times more. And it's not reflecting what I'm seeing in the top of my monitor up here. Have they broken reflex latency analyzer in the latest driver update? No, they can't have done. PC latency. Please no, I need that. Why isn't that working? I installed the full NVIDIA latest driver like yesterday. Am I going to have to go back to an older driver to get this working? What's going on? Have I reset something and not put the latency markers in? This was working a couple of days ago. 2 days ago this was working. I'm really hoping they haven't messed it up in the latest NVIDIA driver. Yeah, classic NVIDIA moment. Yeah, maybe a restart. If this doesn't work, I'll try a restart. But I've got the mouse plugged into the right port. I've got that plugged into the computer. When I click, I can see the latency come up on my physical monitor, top left, so I know the reflex latency analyzer is working. But NVIDIA is not picking up the numbers for some reason. Yeah, maybe a fresh restart, maybe. I'll try that in a sec. I want to make sure the latency markers are on. Let's go back in here with DX12. Good. Have a look. Well, that's another point. Should we do we have to do all those Win32 separation things on performance mode and DX12? That's a lot of rework. Is DX12 going to make a difference to the processor scheduling? The process separation, sorry. Ooh. Oh yeah, DX12. Please tell me I don't have to start again. I'm very worried that this NVIDIA driver has broken reflex latency analyzer. It has. Broken it. What's this? That does, but I'm resetting things, see if that makes any difference. Have I just reset my overclocks and everything? Not my overclocks, my P states and everything. It should be this, and it should have a load of extra stuff here. I think I'm going to have to install the previous driver to get this to work. All right, do you want to install the, should we install the previous driver quick? Yeah, it's just not coming up. They've broken it. What we were using before, I was using performance mode. So which is DX11, that's correct. Performance mode is DX11. I don't know whether that makes a difference to Win32 separation, but I'd only ever play in performance mode anyway because it's about 1 millisecond less latency when you compare DX12 to performance mode in here. So I'd only ever play in performance mode anyway. So I typically try and test what I would play on to keep trying to make that system better. If that makes sense. Right, I think we're going to redo the NVIDIA driver. Oh, that's so frustrating. Sorry, people. Never work with children or animals. Right, it's got nothing to do with this, is it? Right, so yeah, I installed the full driver on this. So graphics, NVIDIA driver search. So we're going to go -1 basically. 20 series because I have a 2080 Ti. Right, so this one here is the latest one, game ready driver. 551.61. So it's messed it up. It's messed my latency monitoring up. Thank you very much. So we're going to go back to 551.52. I'm going to download that. Download. We should test DX12 because so many games use it, yeah. Well, I think I'm a bit too tired to do it now. Maybe another day. I'm not doing another half an hour of watching the same replay in DX12. DX12 is definitely smoother than performance mode if you cap, but it is 1 millisecond worse latency. Just a fair warning that when the driver's installing, you'll lose me for a bit. The screen will go blank and you won't be able to hear me just while the hey wild god, just while the driver's uninstalling the old one and installing the new one. So you'll lose me for about 20 seconds or 30 seconds. So just hang tight. So we'll need to install this older driver. I'll then need to do all my tuning again, so you get to watch optimizing your GPU things. Any help with GPU latency, AMD GPU latency? Yeah, there's a video on my Discord that somebody linked for AMD GPUs and BIOS. The best thing you can do for latency is the best things are typically in the BIOS. They're kind of the lines. They're the kind of biggest things, the biggest difference you can make are changes in the BIOS. Right, so we're going to install both of those. We're going to do a custom because we're going to do a clean install. Right, so you might lose me for 30 seconds or so here, so just hang tight, guys. Oh, cold. Cold with the window open. If you're performance tuning, testing, it's better to keep a constant cool temperature. But I have horrible. Yay, we're back. Right, okay. So that's the new one installed. Because when I upgrade, it also updates obviously for any monitor that's connected to it. And my capture card is effectively a monitor, which is why you guys then lose me. But also my audio goes through the capture card to get to you guys. So you lose audio as well. Sorry, so I have to do sign language. What do you think the biggest latency tip would be? Yeah, do the things in my BIOS. So typically the biggest latency tips are disabling C states, energy saving states for your CPU in the BIOS, and then also disabling hyperthreading in the BIOS. They're typically the two biggest ones that you can do for latency. Only disable hyperthreading if you've got at least 8 performance cores though. But they're the two biggest latency tips I give you. Right. So I need to log in here, and I don't want you seeing all my Google stuff. So I think I'm going to hide the screen for a second. Give me a sec so I can log in. Still hear me, but you just can't see me. All right, there we go. Oh. Auth. I need to do a two-factor authentication, which is a pain because I need to then get my mobile phone out. Discord video. Right, done. I'll do that. Skip. Right, you can come back again now. Drivers. And then close that. Okay, you can come back again now. You may now see. Right, so I'm logged into the Experience Center. Because I did a clean install. Right. There we go. We're doing A to Z of how to optimize your GPU now. Ready? We've just updated the latest drivers. So the very first thing you need to check is the MSI mode stuff. So if you've got my pack in GPU, there's a MSI utility. Right click, run that as administrator. And you can basically tick anything in the MSI column that says supported modes MSI mode. Yeah. By default, GPUs 30 series or 40 series, this will already be ticked for you, so you don't need to do this step. Because I've got an older one, 2080 Ti, I need to manually click on MSI mode and then click apply. If you have anything like hide in the interrupt priorities drop downs, change them all to undefined. Keep everything the same priority level. And then you can tick anything, as I say, that says MSI on it. All right, so that's step one, that's the MSI stuff. Step two is the interrupt affinity tool. There's a link in my pack to download it, but not actually the tool. So I've already got it installed on here. Interrupt checker. Okay, run that as administrator. No, that's not what I want to do. Yeah, well, I can show you this anyway. So you can see here that most devices are pretty much on core 0 or spread across multiple cores. You want to change it so your GPU is just bound to one core that's not core 0. Hang on. What's your average system latency, Alex? Are you talking, wait, for what? System latency? PC latency or end-to-end system latency? In Fortnite, my end-to-end system latency is normally about 8.3 milliseconds. Does the utility do a lot? The utility, MSI utility. Is that the one I mean? On Fortnite. Hang on. On Fortnite. Now, I proved the other day, I proved like yesterday or the day before, that the latency stats in Fortnite, the one that's now working again, is total nonsense. Because I had that opened at the same time as the NVIDIA ones. And if you try and change your FPS, right, for the Fortnite ones, the stats don't change. You can run it at 30 FPS or 360 FPS and the stats don't change for the Fortnite ones. It's nonsense. So yeah, ignore the Fortnite one. It's just, it doesn't work. So as I say, I use NVIDIA Reflex Latency Analyzer built into my monitor to measure end-to-end mouse click to display on screen. That's the most accurate thing you can get other than still as accurate as a very, very high-speed camera and some lasers to detect when you click the mouse. So yeah, I trust the NVIDIA Reflex Latency Analyzer built into my monitor. And that, from when I click the mouse to when I see it on screen, is 8.3 milliseconds, or 8.2, 8.1, if I'm having a good day. The MSI utility, so the MSI utility, that does help with latency. So MSI is a more efficient way for your operating system to communicate with the hardware. It's lower latency, so yes, MSI mode, good. But do not click anything that doesn't say MSI mode supported, otherwise you won't maybe not be able to reboot, so be careful on that one. But if it says MSI mode in the supported column, then you're fine. Right, what are we doing? We're moving the GPU onto core probably 2. Yeah, we're going to move it from all of these to core 2. So to do that, we go into the interrupt policy tool. Remember that as an administrator. Move that over here so you can see it. Type N to go straight down to the first thing that starts with N. There we go, I've got my GPU there. Set mask, and I'm going to stick it on 2. Okay, so I'm going to show you the difference in latency here. So if I run latency mon right now, I run it for a little bit. So they're the kind of, they're the kind of unoptimized GPU stats, 1.5, 0.5. If you look at the CPU right now, the first one is the CPU 0 is the most going to be the most heavily loaded. I know I should unplug my controller so it's not generating a ton of interrupts to CPU 4. But yeah, by default, CPU 0 is the most heavily loaded one, and as a result is a bottleneck. So anything you can do to move load away from core 0, CPU 0, onto like your GPU onto 2 or one of the unloaded ones, that will reduce the overall latency of your computer. So that's what we're doing right now with this processor affinity tool. We're saying, right, we're going to move it to CPU 2. We're going to move it to this one. And you can see after we reboot that core 0 isn't then kind of maxed out as much, and it's spreading the load out to core 2. Yeah, so that's what we're doing right now. We're going to okay that. I could restart the device, but I'm not going to do that until a reboot, okay? Right, so that's done. So we've moved that GPU to core 0, and it'll kick in after a restart. So we've done MSI mode, we've done interrupt affinity tool. Next I want to disable dynamic P states, and then we'll go and set up the NVIDIA control panel after that. So disable dynamic P states. So in my toolkit, there's in the GPU thing, there's a registry file which will automatically disable dynamic P states for you. The tricky bit is making sure that this bit of the path is correct. And to make sure that that bit of the path is correct, you need to go into the device manager. You need to go into display adapters, find your GPU. Once you select it in there, change the view. Well, no, that's a different trick. Just right click it, properties, details, and then find the GUID, class GUID. So you need to make sure that that number, which you can just basically copy, right click copy, and then you can paste it into this path here. Save the file, excuse me, and then double click it after you saved it. And that will write it into the registry, and that will disable dynamic P states for your GPU, which basically is energy saving states. Again, helps with latency. So that's the third thing. The fourth thing is the NVIDIA control panel. NVIDIA control panel, please. No, I don't want that. I want the control panel. Come on. Here we go. Right. What are you looking at? Wait. Okay, sorry, I'm just catching up on chat. Is it safe, and what is the safe link? I haven't been subscribed, but I am now. Thank you, Optimizer. Is the Infinity... Yeah, that Infinity tool, where is it from? I can't remember where it's from now. But yeah, it's all safe. Definitely safe, that one. This one, this download. Tech Power Up. It's just Tech Power Up. Yeah, that's safe. I always do safe stuff. I'd rather have safe and stable system than high performance system. All my stuff, if you don't have safe and stable, the performance I really don't care about. So that's the way I work. I'm not here to sell you a tweak pack that will make your system really, really fast and do crazy weird things and just decimate your Windows. That's not what I do. If it's not safe and stable, then I'm not interested, frankly. I wouldn't run it myself, so I'm totally not going to tell you guys to run it. I don't every tweak you mentioned, but still getting lots of interrupts on Core do. You will get loads of interrupts on Core 0 because it's the default for pretty much everything. But yeah, so the most you can really do is move your GPU away from it and move your input devices away from it. So the controller that runs your keyboard and mouse or your gamepad, they're the things that you can maybe do. Why you not use a custom OS? Because custom OS is you don't know what you're actually running. You haven't got a clue what they're doing in the background. They could be sending feedback reports about sensitive stuff on your computer back to them all the time. There's no way I'm running a custom OS. No way. I don't care whether it's faster. It's not safe. You don't know it's safe. It might be safe, but the fact that you don't know it's safe, I trust Microsoft a lot more than somebody that's on GitHub that's creating their own OS. I just do. Anyway, right, what are we doing? We're setting up the NVIDIA control panel. Right, so first things first, you select the performance option and click apply. That will set a load of defaults to the performance settings. Once that's applied, you can then go back to the middle one and use the custom ones. So when we go on manage 3D settings, that should have set a load of these to default parameters, so to performance parameters, which just helps. Turn gamma correction off. Scroll down a bit. Low latency mode we leave off because we've got a game that's running NVIDIA Reflex, so that supersedes low latency modes. Low latency modes are older technology. Reflex is the new technology, so if your game supports Reflex, you should use Reflex and turn low latency mode off. Fortnite supports Reflex. Monitor technology, only run G-Sync if you're running one monitor and it has a G-Sync chip in it, not a G-Sync compatible chip, an actual G-Sync chip. If you're running more than one monitor, you need to select fix refresh, otherwise you're going to get latency spikes every 10 seconds. Power management, prefer maximum performance. Refresh rate, use the highest available. Shader cache, I don't think it makes much difference to Fortnite because the shader cache isn't very big, but I normally go with unlimited. Default probably be fine. Texture filtering quality, high performance, and then turn off VSync. That should be it in there. Thank you. Physics, a GPU. So I want to do this as quick as I can. I know you guys are asking questions about other stuff, but I want to do this as quick as I can because I want to get back to actually testing the latency of what the thing we were originally testing. So apologies if I'm not answering all your questions as quick as normal. I want to crack on and do this. Right, this is an important one. Override to reference mode. Make sure that actually reduces latency by a whole millisecond when I measured it in game. So do that one. Override, we were talking about earlier. Display scaling, no scaling. G-Sync should be off. NVIDIA settings, full apply. Tick-tock, tick-tock. And then NVIDIA apply, done. Right, we reboot and we should be good to go. Right, be right back. What was it? What are you asking, Optimizer? What was it? Question mark. I don't know what you mean there. Enable settings from video control panel. No, you don't need to do that. Show your ISLC settings. I'm not running ISLC. I'm running processor 2. I'm setting my timer resolution in here to 0.5067, so that when I run a test for timer resolution, I ask for 1 millisecond of sleep, and I get 1 millisecond of sleep because my time is accurate. If you're running Windows 10, you'll be getting 15. So nice and low. Oh, the NVIDIA thing you said decreases latency by 1 second. Okay. Show you that. Here, adjust desktop color settings, override to reference mode. That drops the latency by 1 millisecond. Override to reference mode. So basically, it's not doing color processing and adjustment on the fly. It's just using your native, you see what you get. So it's not doing that extra processing. So by overriding to reference mode, lowers latency. Got it? No problem. Right. So yeah, let's have a look at, if we look at now latency mon. So what latency mon is now after we've done all those changes. What was it, 1.5s and 0 point somethings? Oh, look how much lower it is now. It was like 1.55 or 1.57 before, and that was over 0.5. So, and you can see in the CPUs tab, you can see that this is no longer fully loaded. Look, you've actually got the graphics displays doing more work, the GPU doing more work here than on CPU 0. So it's not fully loading CPU 0 anymore because we've moved the GPU from here to here. So spread the load out and the overall latency comes lower. So yeah, definitely worth doing. The annoying thing is you have to do it every time you update your driver because it resets it all. So that's the annoying thing. But I typically use MV clean stall, and that has an option in it in its settings to kind of quickly do the MSI mode and the processor affinity for you, so you don't have to go into the tools and do it for you. I can't even catch up, didn't see what you did. Wait, what? It's Optimizer. Where are you right now? What do you want to know? Okay, so you saw the reference mode thing, yeah? Or are you asking about latency mon now? Is that what you're asking? Should I use vsync in Valorant? Generally, vsync adds latency. So generally not. The only sync that I like is gsync. That's the only sync I like. So what Optimizer, what do you want to know? What do you need me to catch you up on? But I do need to go a bit quicker because I want to test the Win32 separation stuff. Did you miss my explanation about moving the GPU from core 0 to core 2? Is that what you missed? Or have you checked the new NVIDIA app yet? No, I haven't. I installed the latest drivers and I've just had to uninstall them because my G-Sync latency analyzer stopped working. Not G-Sync. NVIDIA Reflex latency analyzer didn't work with the new drivers. Customized. We've covered that a bit earlier. Bad. I never install an operating system that I didn't know come from a completely trusted source like Microsoft. About the GPU. Yeah, so I was still saying was that if you move the work with the processor affinity tool, you select CPU 2 or one of the other P cores, and you move the work from CPU 0 to CPU 2 or whatever it's moved to, you can see now that I've got 0.6 at the top and I've got 0.4 for the core that I've moved the GPU onto. So it's spread the load. Normally that 0.4 will be bundled up here and will be over 1 here by now. And then that core 0 will be a complete bottleneck. So by moving some of the work, the interrupts, from core 0 to core 2, we spread the load out and we reduce the overall latency. And you can see by my stats that the average processor and DPC latencies now come down because we've moved the GPU. But it's, as I said, it's annoying that you have to redo all of that every time you update the driver. So it's annoying. Okay, more questions coming in, but I will answer them in a second. I just need to see if I can get thingy working now. Can I get the overlay working now? Is it going to play nice? Wait, what? Oh, I've got to set it up. You really have to set it up? Okay, let me set it up. Why is it not working? Settings, overlay, HUD layout, performance, reflex analyzer, bottom left. Right, I'm hoping this works now. Has it reset my keyboard shortcuts? It has. Right, so I normally do Alt-1, Alt-2, Alt-2, Alt-3, Alt-4, and Alt-5. Right, set those up. Please tell me this was going to work. Okay, so let's start Fortnite up and see if it works now. With the old driver. Fingers crossed indeed. Sorry, Enzo. People keep asking me random questions, so I'm slowing down on our main purpose of the day. How to fix microstop problems. Go and download my guide, my free guide from my Discord, and then follow that, and then you'll get rid of your microstutters. Bye bye microstutters. You're gaming and watching me. Oh dear. Okay. Every time I try and game at the moment and stream, I end up dying or getting my team killed because I'm too busy trying to answer technical questions. Right, please tell me this works now. Yay, it's back. Right, see, they all popped up now. So the new driver, the new NVIDIA driver, breaks all this analyzer. So I can't update drivers anymore. I'm just going to have to sit on this version in this test environment, which is really good, convenient, because I've got a gaming environment and a test environment on the same PC. I can just boot into different windows. So that's good that I can just leave this on this driver now. And I can still keep updating on my gaming system. Right, we can actually test. Hooray! Right, let's go into creative. Yeah, I can't multitask. No, I'm too old for that. No, I can multitask. I'm actually very, very good at multitasking, but the fact that I'm looking at a different place to where the screen is, and then somebody walks up behind me and I haven't seen the visual sound effects, it's looking in two places. I almost need to kind of split my eyes like a lizard looking one direction, and it doesn't work. Yeah, lots of levels. Right, should we just do Greasy Grave? Let's just do Greasy Grave. I won't do my new environment. Right, we're in DX12 though. I don't want to be in DX12. We want to be in the thing that I play in. So we go again. What was the latest driver version number? It's 511 I'm on 511.52 now, and what's the newer one than that? Isn't it 6 something? 511.6 something, I think. So I'm 1,000 crowns this season as well. I've been trying to get up to 1,000 crowns. I'm on 900. 930-ish, I think. Yeah, don't do the very latest one. Right. How many crowns am I on? 942. I need to get to 1,000 in the next like 10 days or 8 days or something before the end of the season. Normally try and do 1,000 a season. You guys keep distracting me with your technical questions. Right, let's go. Hello? Please load. Thank you. All right, start game. Get some pickaxes swinging. How the hell did they break the latency tool? Yeah, I don't know. Right, we have pickaxe swinging action. So we're in ultimate power plant. We've got, what was that? Entry form. Okay, let's set up the back. Let's set up the back end quickly. So we type in adjust. Oh come on, really? Stop switching. Come on. ADJUST. Adjust appearance and performance for Windows. Then we go to advanced, and then basically we're going to start with programs. Make sure we're actually in. We're going to start with programs, then we're going to do background services, and then we're going to do the winner from the FPS test. Yeah, so we're going to do this one, and then the winner from the FPS test. We're going to do 50 pickaxe swings each one to get a decent average. So the very bottom number you're looking at down there is the average of how long it takes from when I click the mouse, goes through the computer to the screen, and then see that little kind of flashy white flashy thing halfway down there? That's where it measures it appearing on the screen. So we're doing end-to-end latency testing. Very rare this, you don't usually see this at all. This is completely end-to-end. That was a 4.5. I just got a 4.5 there. Very low. Right. So let's reset the averages, the very bottom number. Let's reset them to 0, and then we'll do 50 pickaxe swings, and then we'll take the average. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Well, that jumped around a lot at the end there. 9.3. That's high. Normally I'm about 8.3, so I don't know why that's so high. Tempted to run that again. Should we run it again? That was a trial run. Hey, Alchemy. So, does Windows version matter for newer specs? Like, will I have performance difference? Will I have performance difference between them? Yep, Windows 11 will be better performance. Is there Interrupt Affinity an actual Microsoft program? It might be, I'm not sure, but you can get it through that Tech Power Up website. Run it again. I started getting microscutters and after using processor C. Do you think Pro Balance is the reason? Because my CPU hits 100% then freezes. Well, Pro Balance would help with 100% and freezing. That should help. But Yazin, if you're getting 100% CPUs, then maybe you should be making sure that hyperthreading is back on again. If you've turned off hyperthreading. Yeah, you can. I mean, you can turn off Pro Balance if you want. But yeah, you should. In Processor C, you should right-click the Fortnite process or whatever game it is, and do exclude from pro balance, and then it won't pro balance Fortnite. It will just be pro balancing everything in the background. Right, let's run that again because 9.3 seems high to me. It is a battle eye day though, so who knows? It's difficult to compare between days. I swear easy anti-cheats, lower latency, but worse FPS. So anyway, right, let's run it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.1, still high, but we are on the programs one, so maybe that's it. Right, so 9.1, 9.3. So let's change to background processes now. That's going to be annoying. Right, that was programs. We're going to try background services. All right. A couple of those. Right, Alt 4 to reset the stats and go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.7, well 9.6 is the final thing. So maybe half a millisecond worse than programs. Right, should we set it to the best one we got in the results? I've got to stop doing that. Reggie edit. There we go. So the very best one we got in the results was a hex 14. That's the best FPS we got. So it's lower than background. It's the most background orientated possible one. It's the best FPS. Let's have a look. Right. Reset the stats. And go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. Okay, so that's even worse latency. So there's another half a millisecond worse latency. So the best FPS is the worst latency. I think we just found there. So what was the smoothest? That was 1A. Very interesting. Now I need to choose between lowest latency and FPS. Yes. 1A. 26. Right. So that was like 10, wasn't it? That's crazy. 10.2 that was. Write that down quickly. I'm stopping. I'll keep my sub to you. Seems like a genuinely nice guy. Thank you for all the help, Alex. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for stopping by. 14, yep. Right. Okay. Alt 2, Alt 4. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.5, 9.4, sorry. Which is pretty much the best one we had. So the smoothest one is very confusing, these results. Very confusing. So the best FPS is given the worst latency. The smoothest one is nearly the best latency, but the best latency so far has been the programmed one. Should we try the very maximum foreground one to see what that looks like? What is that? Is that 2A, isn't it? Isn't it 2A, the maximum one? I don't know, I haven't got it pulled up on this one. Yeah, 2A. So the very maximum one is 2A. This gives most priority to foreground apps. Okay, so I'll reset the numbers. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.6. Have I set something in a power plan or something that's being weird? I don't know. I'm going to have a look at my power plans. I want to reset them completely. Oh, come on, don't do that. Come on. I want to reset my power plans. Right, so we're on ultimate. We're going to do change and we're going to do... we can't reset that one without deleting it and then recreating it. Just wanted to see whether I changed anything in here. Processes are idle, they're normally that. No, nothing here. Nothing that I've got unhidden. Normally I show this. Desktop. Tuning guide, Windows, Power Explorer settings, run as administrator. I just want to double check the settings on this. I haven't done something weird. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? This one. Undo that one. Okay, so that's default. So it's on 15. That's 15. So these are defaults. I haven't changed any power settings, because that's normally the one I change first more than anything else. So these are default power plans. Should we try Bitsum? Oh, la 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 la. These are higher latency than I normally get, but I am wondering whether it's the battle eye day versus the AC days. Active power plan. Let's go Bitsum. Right, we should be in Bitsum now. Let's see what this is going to do. Okay, Bitsum, good. Let's just have a quick look at Bitsum. Hey, Hinito. I am measuring latency. We're changing Windows Win32 separation values. I'll show you what we're doing. We're changing this, the Win32 process separation. So we're trying backgrounds, prioritizing background apps or prioritizing foreground programs. And we're trying different settings. So the one I normally run at is 40. That's the one I normally run at, so 28. And that's what's in my scripts for you guys if you've run this before. So this one, and I normally get about 8.3. So which is why we're in the 9s and I'm a bit confused. Yeah, that's still very high. Full screen exclusive mode is running because I can wiggle the volume up and down and I don't get an overlay. So that's running. So why is my latency a bit higher than normal? The only thing I've changed is that. Okay, let's run some averages with what I usually run. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Depends what it is. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.6. So Bitsum and the one I normally run, Bitsum and the Win32 separation value that I normally run, I normally get 8.3 here, and today I'm getting 9.6. And the only thing I can think of difference is it's a battle ID. It's the only thing I can think of. Still, relative performance. Hmm. 9.6, huh? Back to ask something. How can I get the same overlay as you in performance overlay? The max I can put is advanced, and I'm missing a couple of things about latency. Yeah, you need a monitor with a NVIDIA Reflex Latency Analyzer chip in, which are typically only 360 Hz monitors that cost a lot of money. If you don't have that, then you don't get all the extra overlay stuff, I'm afraid. Because then you plug your mouse into the monitor and the monitor into the computer, and it measures end-to-end latency. Until you have those things, those won't show up. See, I'm offering a unique insight here, because not many people have the monitor that I do and the capability that I have to actually monitor end-to-end latency in game. Hardly anyone does that. So I'm still a bit confused with Win32 priority. So does the higher Win32, so Mongrel, no. What we just measured a bit earlier, about half an hour ago, was that in Fortnite, prioritizing the background apps actually gives you better FPS, but what we've just measured in latency, it looks like the prioritizing the foreground programs actually gives you better latency. So even I'm confused now which one to go for. Do I go for something with better FPS, the smoother, or do I go with better latency? I don't know. So I'm going to run a few more tests. But yeah, it's very surprising results so far. Very surprising results. What were we just doing before questions? I was doing what? Is there anything else that might be contributing to latency right now? The only things I've changed are the drivers. Have I ever messed up a setting? Don't think so. That's running at the correct frequency. No overclock, so I've got GPU scheduling disabled. So my GPU looks perfect. The only thing that's changed is it's a battle eye day versus an easy anti-cheat day. Maybe it's this. Maybe because I'm prioritizing frame times over frame rate limit. Maybe that's it. Okay, let's rule out RTSS completely. We're going to put 0 in there. That turns it off. Game, I'm going to limit the FPS in game. See, like we're at 600s a second ago there. So now we're just going to limit it here instead. So we're using the in-game limiter now. So we've ruled out RTSS. So the only variables are the Win32 separation and the fact that it's a battle eye day. Yeah? Do they intend to fix DX12? The extra 1 millisecond is annoying, yes. Frames are so much more consistent on there. Yeah, it's much smoother on DX12, you're right. Yes, I did it as admin. Wait. Wait, sorry, the chat's going too fast and I'm trying to answer people one at a time. Yeah, but does that mean I got 6 for comp? We've got 16 for comp. So 16 is a low number, so that's prioritizing the background apps, which will lower the latency, which will give you more FPS, but it will give you lower latency, worse latency. So this is live testing here, so I'm finding out the results as you are and trying to make sense of them. So I'm still trying to get my head around these a little bit, because it's weird that prioritizing background apps seems to give better FPS in Fortnite, but prioritizing foreground programs seems to give better latency. So I'm still trying to get my head around it as well. That answers you. Yeah, normally in comp you want lower latency, yeah, but you've also got to think about that if your FPS is staying higher, because if it's dropping, then there's a latency penalty for that, because every 30 FPS drop is like 1 millisecond. So when I measured it a long time ago, so every time you're dropping a lot, then you're losing a millisecond anyway. So by keeping your FPS up, then you're saving latency that way. Yeah, it's a lot of juggling. Thank you for the sub. Right, so what are we doing? I keep getting confused. I'm still trying to answer chat and making sense of these numbers and trying to work out why it's a millisecond worse today than it was like 2 days ago. Which one is better for latency? Thanks for subscribing. Cool. Okay, I think I answered that. If there's any more questions I haven't answered, please just put them in the chat again, and I'll try and jump on them. Or one of the other guys will. Yeah. So why are we a bit higher than normal? This is weird. But prioritizing the background apps definitely gives better FPS. We've proven that on my other environment. So that's the value that I normally run out, and I normally get about 8.3. But it was the, which ones was it? So the best FPS was hex 14, which is the lowest number. That was the best FPS. But in here, I'm wondering if I should try this in DX12, whether it'll make a difference as well. I know comp is all performance, because it is 1 millisecond better than DX12. I'm just curious whether it would kind of level off a bit and give more consistent results comparing one with the other. Let's just run this quick again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. See, that's the other thing. Normally when you get to the end of a test, that average system latency doesn't really move very much because you've done 50 samples and then adding kind of one extra sample at the end won't move it up and down very much. I'm noticing that right at the end of the test, that's still jumping around a lot, which is weird. I don't really want to have to do 100 samples. Normally 30 is enough, 50's solid, 100's overkill. I mean, if I just kept going, is it going to stabilize? 9.8, 9.9, 9.8, 9.7, 9.6, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.6, 9.8. See, how did it just jump from 9.6 to 9.8 in one go? Wow. We should have done enough samples now where it's almost not moving anymore. That's kind of making me not trust the numbers. Or the average calculation numbers. They do understand what average means, right? This is NVIDIA we're talking about. I used to actually write down each number that I got on screen and then manually calculate it. That took so long, which is why I switched to this overlay, because it kind of calculates the average for you as you go from when you started. that's still jumping around a lot. I mean, we've done nearly 100 samples now. It should be getting more and more. How do we just go from 9.6 to 9.3? Okay, I'm not trusting this now. Is this using like a rolling average and not a number of samples average? That's a very good question, because it did reset the NVIDIA overlay stats, didn't it? The config for it. Maybe that's it. Look. In here, I'm sure. How do we get to this? Is it Z? There we go. Settings. I'm sure there's a thing in here that sets. Look. That's the averages. So it's only taking 20. So it's doing a rolling average, which makes it less accurate. Okay. That might be why it's jumping around so much. Okay, so we're measuring sample. We're measuring 50. Maybe the new. Maybe I just hadn't set this up right on the new driver. Maybe something had changed. Okay. Right, start again. Sorry, everybody. Should we start again? We'll do the best FPS. We'll then do the programs and background ones. Yeah. See if that's better now. So the best FPS was this one, 14. That makes more sense now. Driving me nuts, that was. Right, Alt 4. So if we take 50 samples from now, that should give us the correct sample group of the 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Look, it's not really moving anymore. 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.6. That to me looks a lot more consistent. Okay, I think we've figured out what the problem was. Right, let's rerun these numbers again then. So that's the smoothest FPS one. Next, we're going to go with background apps. Then we go with programs. Yep. We're going to go with background apps, programs, and then we'll do the 40 that I normally use, or the 2A. Yeah. So reset the stats. Go again quick. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So that improved. 9.1. Background is 9.1. Let's do programs now. So we're going up and up and up in the numbers right now in order. Programs is next. And then, as I say, I normally go a level programs when I'm playing. So reset numbers, run again. I'll answer chat in a minute. Just want to get this done. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.4. That's programs. So, the latency is getting worse. Why is it now 9.3? I just wrote that down. I haven't clicked anything. Explain. Does it just take a while to do the calculation? Please explain. You can't average quicker than that. Thank you, NVIDIA. Weird. Yeah, that's weird. Right, next one up would be 40. It's the one I normally use. That's a bit of a jump though, isn't it? We've gone from wait, what? Oh, okay, we're on 23, yeah, that's fine. So as I say, I normally use decimal 40. And the highest you can go is 42. See if this is any better. Oh dear. All right. Boom, 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 boom. You're enjoying this. It's a bit tedious. Sorry, one sec. Right, let me go again. Reset 4, and then measure the latency again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.2. So it's coming down a bit. So that was 40. 9.2. And then the highest you can go is 2A, which is 42, right? Oh, is it going down? It's not really going down. We've kind of gone... I'm not sure that there's... I'll clear winner here. 2A, right? The highest you can go, 42. 42 is the highest you can go. This in theory should have the lowest latency. 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.4. The best one we've done so far is actually the background. Setting the default background. That was 9.1. Now, I'm starting to think this is margin of error, and they're all the same. That's what I'm leaning towards. Focus on the FPS. That's what I'm leaning towards right now. Because those FPS drops are going to have a bigger difference than getting constant 360 FPS. Fourteen is the best one, apparently. Again, which one? Your guess is as good as mine at the moment. They've kind of jumped around between 9.1 and 9.6. I'm trying to see a pattern. I think prioritizing the background things is actually worse, but it's kind of difficult to say because they're all so close to each other. It's kind of within margin of error at the moment. 2, 3. This is why I'm retesting things. 4, 5, 6. I mean, this is really bad right now. 7, 8, 9. I'm going to even start again. It's so bad. Wait, why didn't that work? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hang on, what are you talking about? Process Affinity says access denied. Yeah, you have to right click and run it as administrator. Not you as an administrator. You have to right click the process and select run as administrator. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. All these instructions are in my guide, by the way. 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So 9.5. I've got 9.6 before, so that's pretty much it. So the best one I've done so far is basically selecting it in Windows as background services. The best one I've done for latency. That was 9.1. All you have to do is go in here, select background services, go left and right and apply each time just to make sure it's the right one. And then see if we get 9.1 again, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'll answer that in the second slicky. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So the 9.1 is now a 9.4. So we're seeing some variations here. We're seeing kind of a range between about 9.6 and 9.1, and it just seems to make no difference in the latency difference. I really don't think it is. Right, let me answer Slicky's one. Oh, hang on, Prizzy was before. Why is my FPS dropping when I switch my weapons or I pickaxe or when I build so hard? You need to optimize your PC, Prizzy, and then that wouldn't do that. Hey Alex, I've got the same monitor as you. Yep, great. But I'm using 3070 NVIDIA. I'm not able to keep as good FPS. Should I cap my monitor to 240? So I cap your FPS to 240, but I'd leave your monitor still running at 360 Hertz. You will get lower latency. You will probably see, well, you probably can't see, but if you actually did some analysis on your screen, you'd have a little bit of screen tearing, but you wouldn't notice it. So you'll get lower latency if you're still running at 360 Hertz, but then cap at 240. That's what my recommendation is, Slicky. Yeah, didn't get that one. Quick question. I bought processors a while ago. Does those hurt performance or improve if done correctly? Seeing PN YouTube that it hurts and I just need a second opinion. No, I love processor C. It helps. I'm sure I've done back-to-back processor C on and off, and it is better. It just means that if you get a naughty app in the background starting to use up too much CPU, it just dials it back and doesn't then impact your game. That's the main thing for processor C. It's keeping responsiveness at 100%. Pixel says all of this you're trying is placebo. How is measuring things placebo? Or are you talking about what we're measuring and changing the Win32 separation? Because we certainly got better FPS with a lower number Win32 separation. That wasn't placebo. We reran the tests and it was very consistent. So I have I have a CL38 RAM. Why is my latency MOM result that high? Probably need to do a bit more in your BIOS to get it down. Beefy, I'd say. Again, have a look on my Discord, and somebody posted a link to a YouTuber that optimized AMD CPUs, and it definitely helped with latency. So have a look at that. Capping game, Slicky, yes, capping game, either capping game or capping RTSS, but don't change the hertz of your monitor. Keep that at 360. Do I know about Corby check? No, don't know what that is. Worth setting CPU affinities for background tasks? Don't think so, no. You can turn efficiency mode on and off. I think it's on by default for most things. Okay, you can use Windows 11 default versus tweaked and see latency is same. No, my latency was different between my tweaked environment Windows 11 and a completely brand new Windows 11. It was lower on the tweaked, but the vast majority of the lowering, because it was pretty good actually straight Windows 11, was BIOS optimizations. Still doesn't work. What doesn't work in Hinato? I love the way I'm meant to understand what the previous comment was, like 10, 20 comments up. And command rate 1 on my RAM. Okay, if you want memory overclocking advice, go on my Discord and post something in the RAM overclocking section. Process affinity. So right clicking. Are you sure you're an administrator on your own PC? If you right click as an administrator on your own PC, or you didn't download the thing right, then it should work. Where are we at? Should we see if changing power plans made any difference? Let's go Ultimate again. I still don't know why we're going from 8.3 up to 9.3-ish. I don't understand where we've lost a whole millisecond. And the only thing I can think of is that it's a battle eye day and not an easy anti-cheat day. That's the only thing that's changed. One, two, three. I don't even know what we're on right now. What setting are we on? What setting are we on? We're on the lowest possible, the 14. So I'd like to, if I can get this, because we know it's the best FPS, if I can get this with low latency as well, I'll be happy and I can just leave it on there. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, yes, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. So we're 9.3 at the moment, 9.2, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to test this as DX12 in a minute. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. We did change power plans, didn't we? 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. So that's the best result we've seen today. So ultimate power plan 9.1 and the lowest Win32 separation, which is 14, which gave the best FPS. So this is interesting, but let's try the X12. I definitely haven't messed something up. And remember, we're not using RTSS here, we're using the in-game limiter, which in theory has the lowest latency, but in reality, RTSS doesn't actually add anything. In theory. A film theory. I'm sounding like my son now. Have you tried power? Yes, Power Setting Explorer, yeah. So when I tried optimizing in Power Setting Explorer, loads of things, because I set my CPU at 5 gigahertz in the BIOS, optimizing all the power plan really didn't make much difference, and in fact actually made FPS worse and it made latency worse because I fixed my CPU gigahertz in the BIOS. I suspect it would be better if I didn't do that in the BIOS and my CPU boosted up and down. I suspect those power plan tweaks would actually improve things, but the fact that I fixed my CPU actually made FPS worse and it made latency worse because I measured them both. All right, so we're in DX12. Let's go. Latency mon gives you nothing. It does. It gives you a rough idea whether things are getting better or worse. And if you want accuracy, you have to do what I'm doing right now, that actually measures end-to-end mouse click to on display with that thing. What do we have on background services? So background, a bit like, you know, when you hack the Fortnite config file for FPS and say set it to 237, a number that's not actually on the list of options for FPS, it then displays 60 in Fortnite, even if you've got 237 running. It's a bit like that. So if you go out of what's either programs or background services, if you go off book on either of those two, it will automatically default to background services. So we're still on the setting that had the best FPS. Right, so but we're in performance mode now. I'm sorry, DX12 now. Right. We have to get Bill in to do some modding, aren't I? Alright, so let's reset the numbers and go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Yeah, I'll do that, Enzo. 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 9.2. So right now, we had a similar thing last week, didn't we? Where all of a sudden, normally performance mode latency was nice and low down here, and normally DX12 was kind of a bit higher here. And then all of a sudden, the performance mode got worse, and the DX12 stayed the same. We had that the other week, and then I tested like 2 days later, and it was back to how it originally was again. So as I say, I'm wondering whether this is a BattlEye issue versus easy anti-cheat. Seem to get worse latency on BattlEye days. There's no way of me forcing easy anti-cheat on Fortnite right now. So it makes it hard to compare between days. But if you're testing back to back and then changing one setting, you can still see whether it's better or worse. It's just a bit higher than it normally is, and it bugs me. Feels well better with Ultimate and DX12. Yeah. So I mean that was fine. That was fine. Should we run one of the higher ones just to compare? So that was the smoothest FPS. Let's just try one of like programs. Should we stick on programs and see what that does? So we're on the very lowest setting here. We're about here somewhere at the moment, and we're about to go up over this way to programs. Yeah, it definitely jumps around a lot less in DX12 as well. The numbers typically stay under 10. With performance mode, you get some like 11s, and then you get 4s, and then you get 12s, and then you get 5s. You know, it jumps around a lot. With DX12, it's kind of much more stable, I've found. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I really need to employ somebody to click the mouse, and then I could just answer questions. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 9.5. So it's a bit worse. So we've gone up and it's got a bit worse. Let's go full up and then we'll stop and go back to FPS testing and then just do what you asked in DX12. This one. So we're going to go with 2.8. Should be the highest number. Let's test again. So this is the last latency test, right? Trying to use measure sleep and I've test time resolution 500 to 5.1. Yeah, but all of them give not really stable numbers. What should I do? Are they giving 1 millisecond with occasional 1.5s, or are they giving things all over the place? Right, let's run again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Really consistent numbers. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. It's pretty much the same. 9.3. I'm not sure it makes that much difference to latency. I think it's almost margin of error changing the Win32 process separation. But where it does make a difference is FPS. And setting it to the best FPS one, more towards background processes, I think will make more of a difference to your gameplay. I think you'll notice it different. I mean, we're talking 0.1 milliseconds input lag difference, or 0.2. No one's gonna be able to feel that. Normally, I think, yeah, no one's feeling 0.2 millisecond input lag. That isn't happening, not to human beings. So yeah, I think, yeah, let's go back to measuring FPS again, and we'll try DX12 as you requested. Right, do we want to leave it on here? So we're going to close Fortnite. We are going to, I think I'm going to leave it on the 2.8, the 14, to be honest. I think I'm going to leave mine on 14 for the test environment. Close that. We also need to go back to this, but we'll do that another time. Right, let's shut down, restart into my gaming environment, and then we can remeasure the replays for the FPS. So be right back. Okay, so just a cap. So just so we're clear, you're running the sleep timer thing, and you're saying it sometimes jumps 1.7, 1.9. The rest of the time, 1.1 to 1.3. Is that what you're saying? I need to unplug all this stuff. Hang on. Plug all and turn off my latency monitor thing. Off. Okay, that's unplugged. Let's switch that back over to here. Alright. Okay. Yes, I know who he is, Optimizer. Yeah, I've watched some of his videos, so Yeah, some good stuff there. Right, so we need to crank up Fortnite. And we need to run CapFrameX again. And then we need to crank up Fortnite in DX12. Okay, so we're on the lowest one there. We're already there. Oh, hang on, don't do that. Start Fortnite. So we just need to get Fortnite to DX12 and then we can run another run. No, I haven't heard of the Jerry Get person. Excited on fire. Yeah, Zilly have hosed my computer before, so I stopped going anywhere near Zilly. Boom, 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 boom. That was years ago when I was testing. Right. So we want the replay that we were using before. No, we don't. We're going to change to DX12 first. DX12. Make sure we've got all the stuff on normal. If I was running high textures in any of those tests. You mean he was what? He was what? What do you mean he was what? Not the other guy. I don't know about them. He was what? Question mark. What do you mean he was what? See, lots of people left now. They're bored. Can't stand me swinging a pickaxe for hours on end. What has Zilly done again, bro? Now, I ran some of his optimization packs, like probably 2 years ago, and they completely broke my computer. I mean, just awful. So I had to completely wipe Windows and start again. Just one of the reasons why I started doing this stuff myself. So, no thank you. Pass. Right, DX12. We are in the DX12. Then we want to go and find the replay that we were running before. Oh, down the bottom. That's the one. Hit the bench. Hit the bench. I used to watch quite a bit of Huncho Gore as well. I don't know whether you've heard of Huncho. He was quite good, but he kind of disappeared. I don't know where he went. He did some good stuff. Okay, I can show you. I'll do a scan after I've done this on all the stuff in my pack. But as I keep telling people, 95% of the tuning is in the PDF guide, 5% in the pack. So if you don't want to run the pack, don't run it. Just do the guide stuff. That's you. I mean, it's a PDF. I can't put dodgy stuff in a PDF. It's just a document. So. Go and check the PDF out. If you want to then run the pack, you can. Up to you. But I've scanned the pack live online with Norton antivirus before, and there's nothing in it. And the reason I've done that is because some of the tools in it, some of the EXEs, I didn't write. So I need to make sure, for a start, that there's no viruses or malware in them on my own computer. And then I need to be very sure that what I'm giving to you guys is safe as well. So that's what I do. Right, time 1,000 seconds. We're gonna Enzo, we're gonna have to run this through once just to create some shader cache. But because it's going to be a bit stuttery. Wait, no.
Capture started.
No, stop.
Capture
I
finished.
pressed pause twice accidentally. So this is DX12. So we're running it through once. Then we'll start playing with it. Can you recommend a good tweaker? Yeah. Just don't use tweakers. Just go on my Discord, download my PDF, and just do it yourself. So the best tweaker is you. And then measure stuff before and after as you're doing it to make sure it's getting better. Should I have different infinity for GPU and host controller? Well, for the controller for the GPU, no. I found that it really doesn't make much difference doing the host controller for the GPU as well as the GPU. It really doesn't make much difference. So I think at some point in my guide, I'm going to strip that recommendation out, Twix, and just have changing the CPU for the affinity for the GPU and the USB input device controller. So they're the two main ones. Bro has not been playing. This is a replay. Keep up the good work. Bro, he's not playing. Yeah, I'm not playing that. Hands free. Hands free. Thanks, Black Ice. Yeah, so all we're doing here is we're using basically the same replay over and over, the exact same timestamps, and I can record all the stats for it in CapFrameX, which is a free app, and then we change one parameter, and then we rerun the replay again, and we see whether it's better FPS or worse FPS. We just did all the latency testing in a dual boot environment that I've got set up for latency testing. But this is my main gaming environment, and so I normally just do the FPS testing in this. So no, wait, rewind. I'm really paranoid about downloads. Yeah, you should be, rightly so. So no custom ISO or optimization batch files. So no custom ISO. But I do have a few batch files just to do really, really basic Windows tweaks. Nothing scary at all. I want to leave Windows alone as much as possible. And in fact, in some of the batch files, it's actually making sure that Windows default settings are set so you're not using a previous tweaker's settings, and it kind of resets them. So I do have a few batch files that I wrote myself. And in every single one of the commands, I've got a comment about what it does and why I'm changing it. So if something doesn't work for you, you can just easily go and see what the command was that did it and just back it out. So it's much easier tuning that way, knowing what you've changed and then just reversing it, as opposed to just running one big ISO or batch file that does a billion things and you've got no clue what it's done. So I don't work like that. So if you want that, want to pay $20 for a script from some tweaker, then this isn't the right place for you. I try and maintain Windows integrity as much as possible. So as I keep saying, I want a safe, stable environment more than I want a high performance environment. High performance stuff is great, but not at the cost of something that's safe or stable. So that's the way I do things. Right, we're ready to go for a recording. So that was the cached version. So let's run it again. And this is going to be the first recording. And this again is the one that gave the best FPS in performance mode. This is the setting for that one. So see what it does. For me, the next big upgrade is an OLED. Just waiting for it to go more mainstream so the price drops. See, the thing with OLED, right? I've got a huge LG OLED TV in my lounge, And I wasn't one of the first people with OLED, but I spent a fortune on that TV, like a lot. It's a really big curved OLED, right? Within 2 years, the burn-in was so bad that you can barely see the screen. And it was a complete waste of money. So for me, I don't care what the latency is. I will never, ever buy another OLED screen for anything. And if you look, I don't know, maybe more modern OLED TVs and screens are better at not having burn-in. But if you look at the things on the screen right now, like the map, like the green bars, like for the health bar, they don't move at all. So if you're playing a game and they're absolutely static, after a year or two, I think you're going to get burn-in. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you won't, but I'm not going near OLED ever again in my life, I don't think. I'd rather have QLED or one of the other technologies. So yeah, so I'm a bit biased against OLED, I'm afraid. Get them in a screenshot would be better. If you could get them in a screenshot. If you could get them in a screenshot would be better, since I almost lost $700 of accounts. What? What do you mean you lost $700 of accounts? So as I say, 90% of my stuff is in the guide, which is all screenshots and steps on do this, do that, walks you through it all. If you want to then, if any of the steps is kind of downloading third-party stuff, then make sure you do a scan on them as you're downloading it. Yeah, and that should keep you safe. But I know there was somebody came on my Discord the other day that he said he paid like $100 to a tweaker to go on his computer and optimize something, and all he did apparently was went in the BIOS or made some change to a memory setting, which was completely wrong, by the way. He went the wrong way, went up instead of down, and then charged him $100, and then basically locked his account or blocked his accounts or something.
Capture finished.
So you've got to be really careful who you let on your computer. You really do. Let me see. Right, that's done. Right, so that's test one. What are we testing now? We're going to test. Let's test the program files, the background services, and then one at the other end of the spectrum, shall we? Or should we just go to the other end of the spectrum right now? Okay. I mean, I've been on Ship's computer all the time. I'm on Rapper's computer all the time. I've been on Thieves' computer quite a bit. So yeah, you've got to be really careful who you let on your computer for a start if you're doing remote stuff for people. But yeah, always scan stuff. This is another reason why I don't like suggesting to people to disable Defender or your antivirus. You want those on your computer. They're a good thing. Okay, if they make your performance a little bit worse, it's worth still keeping, honestly. So we're gonna go full whack. We're gonna go all the way to the other end of the spectrum. I just want to save time because we've done so many different tests here. All right, let's go back to 1,000. And go again. All right, let me read more.
Capture started.
What's this? Right click and edit to view details for the script. Yeah, you can read what it's doing just by editing it. And as I say, I think I put screenshots of the scripts in my guide, don't I? I think I do. Yeah. Do you know who? No, I don't know who ProLive is, I'm afraid. You think I can get your PDF in screenshot, please? I'm in your Discord and my name is... Well, just the PDF's not going to have a virus in it. It's just a PDF. It's just a Word document I've right-clicked and saved as a PDF so people can't edit it and pretend it's theirs. That's all I've done. But yeah, it's got screenshots in the PDF. It's not an executable, the PDF. It's a PDF. A PDF is, in fact, an image file, technically. Yeah, sketchy downloads, but thank God I got them all back. Yeah, good. It's safe. Yeah, XMP question mark. XMP question mark. Yes, you want XMP on, definitely. I never let anyone I'd rather not got help by opening a Discord screen, somebody on my PC. Yeah, don't do that. You don't know Rapper? Rapper's number 3 in the world for Fortnite wins ever. Ship is number 1 in the world for Fortnite wins ever. You don't know those guys? Look them up. Ship is both streaming right now. Is Ship live? I think Rapper's live. Rapper's normally live around now. I should be really playing games with them. They play games with me on weekends. Try and say thank you for optimizing their PCs for them. Do. Gotta have that trust. Right, we need that. Have you noticed something? Has anyone pointed this out? We've got no sound on the replay. I mean, it doesn't probably matter as long as both replays are compared back to back, but we got the sound bug. Pretty sure we didn't have it at the beginning. We had the sound bug from the very start, but we got the replay sound bug. Thank you, Epic. I only just noticed. Nobody else noticed. Come on, chat.
Capture finished.
Right. Two opposite ends of the spectrum. Let's have a look. So this is, it was 1A and, no, wait. It was 14 and then 2A, wasn't it? Yeah, 14 and then 2A. Is that what it was? Hex 1420. So this is DX12. Hex 14 brackets 20. And then we did DX12 again. Hex 2A. Oh. 2A brackets 42. So they're the two we've just done, right? Just done two back to back. Yeah. So have a look. Okay, so here the higher number gives more FPS, but it's not as smooth with the lower number. That's interesting. Shit, I failed to notice the sound bug. I was listening to you. Haha, yeah, sorry. These were cache ones, weren't they? So we don't need to worry about those. How does this compare to running performance mode? I'm curious. 2A 14. Well, that's interesting. So the very smoothest ones were actually performance mode, that one and that one. That's 16 and 16.1. And it's not quite so smooth for 17.2 for DX12. But in terms of FPS, well, that's an interesting contrast. So we've got performance mode, then we've got DX12. Performance mode, DX12. So the best FPS for that replay. Okay, maybe it's not collecting like for like, because remember we got the audio bug the second time for DX12, whereas we weren't producing audio the first time. So maybe the added audio would add some overhead for the CPU. So I'm not sure we can compare performance mode in DX12 here in this case. But it's interesting. The 1% lows, let's have a look. Let's get rid of the adaptive standard deviation and actually get 0.1 percentiles. Okay. So it's keeping the lows a bit better for performance mode by the looks of it. Live benchmarking, people. You never know what you're going to get. So the very best FPS for me was performance mode with hex 14, which is the closest really to background services. X2A, but DX12 seems to prefer the higher ones. So performance mode seems to prefer the background services end of the spectrum, and DX12 seems to prefer the higher end of the spectrum, the program. That's interesting. So I don't know, I'm a bit lost now. Do I just run hex 14 because that's the best one really for me? I think I do. Performance mode hex 14. That's the takeaway from this. The latency seems to be within margin of error for each of these. So I think we have to just base it on performance. 138. And for me, performance mode with hex 14 is the best one. Do you concur? I mean, you guys can try this. I mean, it's a free app, CapFrameX. So there's no reason why you guys can't try this yourself. Just find a replay, find a timestamp, record 3 minutes, and then compare the results. So there's no. You want to try 28. No, so the foreground background setting is one of the values. So if I show you this, reg, covered this a bit earlier, but okay. And then type adjust. So these two here will change this value, right? So if I go to programs now, apply, and then refresh this, it will go from 42 to 38. Yeah. If I change it to background services, apply, it will go down to 24. I know I'm talking in decimal, not hex, but you can see the difference. So we were just trying something that was effectively 20. So we've kind of gone even more that way, more background services way. 20 is kind of down here, and then you've got the top of the range of the scale up here on the left, the programs. So programs is near the top, but it's not quite as much there, and backgrounds is near the bottom, but it's not quite where we've tested. So these are kind of two settings in between. Yeah, makes sense? So I mean, if you're doing it quick and dirty, I'd suggest probably just clicking on background services and you're done for Fortnite in performance mode. But I think I might start recommending the other way around for DX12. I mean, from this suggests DX12 prefers the higher numbers, but this suggests that performance mode with DX11 prefers the lower numbers. You think that's a good takeaway? I think that's probably a good takeaway from that. So maybe that's my new recommendation. If you're running DX12, go with the kind of higher numbers for programs, or just don't bother going into the registry and just doing programs. But if you're running performance mode, then background services or more extreme will give you better FPS. Is that a valid takeaway? Yes, but let's see DX1228. All right. All right. So where's 28? So 40, yeah? As you wish. So 2840. What's that? fine. See, 40 is currently in my scripts. So I'm setting everybody's thing to 40 is what I'm doing, if you're with me on that. I just had to shut the window there because it's got really cold in here. Hopefully that doesn't affect the temperatures too much. It's kind of getting really cold outside. Try 38 hex and 36 hex. Isn't that too much? I think I only recommend, does Microsoft only recommend going up to 2A? Pretty sure they only recommend going up to 2A. Oh, that was a hitch there, I saw that. I saw that. Okay, there's some more questions in the Discord, which I'll get to later. Let's see, still no sound. I really wish, right? I really wish I could play music while I'm doing this, which I can do if I was only streaming to Twitch, because you can set the VOD channel to be to have different audio, an audio channel to the live stream. So effectively, when it saves in the VOD, it strips out the music. But you can only do that in OBS with Twitch. Because I'm live streaming with Restream to both Twitch and YouTube at the same time, I can't do that, which is really annoying because I'd like to be able to do that. If ever I have music in any of my YouTube videos, it kind of mutes out entire sections of it, which is really annoying. It's a shame really, because I'd like to be listening to music, and probably you would as well while we're doing this. Especially when we run these same tests over and over and over. Boom, boom, boom. It's okay, I'm gaming here while watching. Yeah, well, you're okay, but I mean, other than getting a sore throat from answering questions and talking too much, I'd like to be listening to something. Especially if the audio's bust on replays.
Capture finished.
All right, let's have a look. Let's see what you got. So this is So this is, which one is it? It's this one. So it's it's the DX version 12 of this one. Sort out the formatting a bit. Right. What time have I done that yet? That's fine. All right. Let's have a look. Where does that come in the pile? Bottom. Afraid that just came bottom. So I've been recommending everybody the worst possible one. So I think what I'm going to do, I think I'll publish these results. But I think in my guide, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, if you're running DX12, go with programs or 42. Sorry, 2A. If you're running DX12, run 2A, which is the highest end of the spectrum. If you're running performance mode, go with 14, which is the lowest end of the spectrum. I think that's what I'm going to recommend. That's the new information take from today. And I don't think it really affects latency because I think it's all within margin of error. But yeah, as I say, is that the best? Yeah, that's the best FPS lows there. There's not much in that and that actually. All right. I'm off to change my registry. There we go. Hopefully the gameplay will be a bit smoother for you. What have I got? Got this set to at the moment. Yeah, prioritizing frame time in here for 300 FPS. But yeah, anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to go and rest my voice for a bit. I think we covered a lot there for the last. How long have we been doing this? That's 4 hours of benchmarking. Okay, I think I'm going to go and play some games with Ship or Rapper in the meantime, and I'm going to go and run it in performance mode on Hex 14. That's what I'm going to run it as. Wait, I've got to change mine back now. So I'm going with 14, and I'm going to change my Fortnite back to. Yeah, that's the summary. That's the summary. Ew, and you. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna go and have a break, and then I'll be on a bit later to do some Fortnite gameplay with, as I say, with either Rapper or Ships, depending who's available. But I'll catch you guys probably tomorrow. Otherwise, or I might just stream some. Yeah, I wonder as well about the EAC stuff. I do wonder about that. But yeah, otherwise I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Well, later on. I'm almost certainly going to stream playing Fortnite later on. So I need to get 1,000 crowns. So I need to get some. I need to get by Ship or Rapper, the #1 in the world for wins, or the #3 in the world for wins. It's much easier doing it. Thank you for the follow, GPU World. How you doing? You're coming in right at the end. Watch the VOD back. But the moral of the story... Oh, got more Miro now, GPU. So the summary, everyone, the summary is if you're running performance mode, change your Win32 process separation to 14, which is pretty much the lowest. If you're running DX12, then set it to the highest, which is 2A in here. So either 14 or 2A, depending on whether you're running DX12 or performance mode. Most of you will be running performance mode, so try Hex 14, which is what I'm now running. I've now changed it. How close? You need that affiliate. That's a good question. I don't know. What am I on? I'm on 6 concurrent people right now, but my throat hurts, so I need a little bit of a break. So if you guys want to come back a bit later, that would be cool. That would be cool. I need to get that above 3 at all times. And sometimes what I do is if I go below 3 for Twitch, I'll then leave the YouTube one running because it doesn't matter with concurrence for YouTube. So I just need more followers on YouTube, whereas Twitch, it doesn't matter about the followers, I just need concurrent viewers on Twitch. Make sense? Yeah, cool. All right, guys, catch you a bit later. Bye for now. Oh, there's more people joining now. No. See you later.